gives people time to.
Usually comes up.
Yeah, I was thinking. There we go. 5 people there.
Here you got a few.
Yep. Okay, folks. We're doing our usual come in a few minutes early and let everyone pile on here. It's been a busy week, productive week. Not as productive as I wish it had been because I'm still waiting for some test results and stuff. But the preliminary results do seem to indicate that Eco Gold X does work. And hello, Gold Panner.
Hey, Gold Panner.
Gold Panner says hi, little one.
Everybody.
She'll be here for her tinfoil hat report later, everyone. And so I was doing a lot of testing there. I uploaded that report, that video on EVA yesterday, and that's just kept me swamped with thank you notes. I really appreciate all the support from everyone. EVA does too. Really, all your thoughts and prayers are very helpful. I'm doing okay, David. We got Jeff Kablock, Mr. Lodax there, and the usuals are piling on. We got 14 already.
That's pretty good.
But I do really appreciate all the support, everybody, and so does Eva. When it comes to physical stuff, we don't really need anything at this point. We've got a couple people sending her some pretty rocks or something, and that's plenty at this point in terms of the finances and medical stuff. As far as we know, we're covered. Yeah, you never know what's going to happen tomorrow, but we should be fine. And just all the well wishes and stuff have been great. So, what part of Montana you are from, Jeff? Anywhere close to here, or farther than a cup of coffee drive away?
I think Jeff commented on one of your other videos we had here recently.
I think it was somebody from out there by Winston. Somebody called in.
Elkhorn. That was him. I think he made some comments.
Yeah, that's pretty close.
They have some
properties. Yeah, I'm really bad with names.
Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah, and we are getting to where some tests are. And I'm doing some bottle rolls and stuff here that might be interesting to come over and watch and stuff. Right now, I've been basically doing some real basic stuff. It's kind of like bore sighting a rifle. You're just kind of trying to figure out what it takes to get close before you really start dialing it in terms of how much reagents you use and this and that. And we've got some kind of odd conflicting results to some extent, which I'll go over in a little bit when a few more people show up. I want to congratulate Jim. That video that you took up there at Dirty Goat.
Yeah.
That's the first one in quite a while. Let's beat 1,000 views in the first week.
Wow.
Very, very good.
Yeah. That's neat. I'm glad you guys like them, and hopefully we can continue to do in the future some more like it.
Yep. So hopefully this week we'll get the video for a closer look at that sapphire mine, and we'll see what we can get going there. Hi, Terry, and the video from eBay, it also broke 1,000 views in one day. I say, but that's kind of a special case. I hope I never have to do another one like that. That would be great. Another interesting little bit of news, and I have to be a little bit vague here. A gentleman who's associated with the mine in Africa, has suddenly had to take over some more responsibilities due to a sudden, unexpected death, and has asked me to help provide him some advice and basically double check things, etc. Give him a little help. Yeah, we might be able to make that work, Jeff. Sounds interesting. I think I've got your information on my email, Jeff. Local. And anyhow, so because the mine's in Africa and this gentleman lives in Europe and this and that, I'm not going to be able to do much directly. So he's amenable to the idea of providing some of the more complex equipment I can do to run certain tests to me so that I can run some of those tests that otherwise I wouldn't be equipped for. Most notably, for example, a good quality microscope. So I should be set up in the not too distant future to take photomicrographs and such and put them on my videos too. Hey, Lincoln, how's it going?
Yeah, hi, Lincoln.
And so that will, help everybody out. I also may very well make a series of videos specifically directed at that gentleman there to try and help provide him with the basic framework of basic field exploration, skills, etc., to do his job better. But in the main, in the process, I'm going to wind up making videos that will help anyone do the same thing. So that is also going to be a benefit to us in general. Let's see. Eva will be here later for her tinfoil hat report, everybody.
No idea what I'm doing yet.
She's still researching it. That's the way she goes. That's how she rolls. But she will be here later. And that just really appreciate all the support there. Another thing that I'm working on right now is basic filtration testing of the ore from Montana B. Anytime you put solution into some ore, you get to get gold in the solution, you got to do something to get the solution back from the ore, et cetera, et cetera. By using carbon and leach or resin and leach, you could theoretically get the gold out of the solution without getting the solution out of the ore. But you still have to try and recover your solution as much as possible. And of course, if it's toxic, you have to recover it. So separate, solid liquid separation is important. One of the things I'm going to be testing is how fine I need to grind it to get good recovery kinetics. And general rule of thumb, this applies to everything. The less grinding you have to do to achieve the goal, the better. It's cheaper, it uses less energy, it can increase your throughputs, and it makes a whole lot less slimes, which for that filtration thing is important. And here is what happened in terms of the first test. Now, I didn't just put solution in, let it run, and that's it, because I can't monitor the solution just yet. I'm still waiting for some certain things to show up. And as you can see here, at 6 hours, we were at 60% recovery. And at 12 hours, we were down to 45% recovery. Now, that is not exactly what you want to happen. However, there's a number of possible reasons for it, which we will have to ascertain. One thing that was quite interesting, oh dear, Um, the liquid was pretty turbid when I took the samples, and it will settle pretty well. Like there is the actual solids settled there. Well, no, there's the level of the solids. It's got a conical bottom there. That's just us sitting on the sides of the cone. But you'll notice it's kind of a light tan color. Well, that's what the 6-hour sample looked like. However, the 12 and the 24-hour samples were just dark, brown, almost opaque.
Yep, like coffee.
Yeah, very close to coffee.
Yep.
And so it's clear that something else is dissolving there also. It may be a result of the pH getting higher because I added some more lime. It was running, and I'd have to look at my notes there for the detail, but it was running right around 11 or a little bit below. So I added some more Lixivant and some more lime at the 6-hour mark, and the pH jumped to 12. And so that combination of everything or time simply increased. Now, I don't think it's just time, because this sample here, where's the other one there? There should be a third one. There it is. This one here was 30 hours. Same ore, but this I was very careful. I didn't add any Lixivant, and I kept the pH around that 11 mark. And that doesn't look anything like the color of those other ones. So I think pH may in fact be a real important parameter there that we need to fairly tightly control. Hi, Truth Seeker.
Yeah, hi, Truth Seeker.
Hi, everyone.
Well, that sounds pretty good, Jeff. We'll have to get together on that one for sure and see what you got there. I do have your email address, correct? Anyhow, so it's very preliminary. I've only got one test where I have both a head grade and some solution grades. Another test has been run. The solutions are at the lab. They did not get them complete. And as a matter of fact, the local lab here was still tuning it basically when I was there and got those preliminary results. Yeah, David, she will be here later doing her report. And Truth Seeker says, hey, Eva. Yeah, okay, I thought so, Jeff. You're the guy I said I'd call up when I was doing something that wasn't confidential, I believe. But anyhow, so that's all I've got right now. I've got a head grade for the next couple of tests, but I have no solution grades. I mean, here you can still see I've got 3 of the samples sitting here. But what this indicates is that first 6 hours is heavily unknown, because if it was going up from 0 directly to there and back down, that's an interesting inflection point. But it might have gone up here and then back down to 0. For all I know, it went up in the first 2 hours to basically 100%, and then it was dropping like a rock and finally leveled off. I don't know. So the thing is, we'll have to sample that at a tighter time period to find out what's going on. Yeah, Truth Seeker, some people do agree.
Give us some credit.
She's definitely the best looking of us. And another thing that I'm going to be testing is, how the size of the particles affects that curve there. And a lot of different things to test. My principal is probably going to get really annoyed paying for a whole bunch of solution tests, but that's how we have to define things. Yeah, absolutely. So I got a lot going on there, all in process at the moment. What do you got going on this
Um,
week?
Well, I spent one day going up and opening up a road to get up to some mining claims at the top end that we have, so we could get access. Um, we had planned to be up there with a geologist for a couple days, but with the 100-degree heat, he canceled on me and backed out till next week. So that's a par for the course. Saturday, I spent all day in the field. I shot some footage on some reclamation stuff, as well as I went and looked at some possible placer ground that a friend of mine put an offer on after we looked at it on Saturday to possibly buy it. So, I don't know, little things in the works.
Eva. Okay, little one. I'm going to read you this from Truth Seeker. You two clowns are great, also, but that girl knows about life. She's really good. She knows people. Yeah, she does.
We'll take that, Truth Seeker. We'll take anything we can get.
Yeah. Anyhow, little one. It looks like I think it's Thursday and Friday. It may be in the 80s. I think
It's supposed to. Actually, today wasn't even. It came down a little bit from yesterday.
Yeah, so Eva wants to get out in the field, and I've got to do a lot of sampling yet around Montana, be on a much tighter spacing. I got to work that surface vein exposures back some.
Chase it.
I'm thinking of going down on the 45 level and digging trenches across the floor and seeing if I can sample the pack rat structure there. And then I've got the middle decline to do. I've got one of the new properties to run sampling on. So yeah, I got a lot to do in the field, and Eva's getting a little stir crazy here in the thing.
Yeah.
So we shall see. We need to get a hold of the specialist first, find out when the heck her first appointment stuff is going to be, because of course everything has to be choreographed around Eva's schedule right now for obvious reasons. So whenever that's up in the air, everything's up in the air. I do want to also say that my principal here is extremely understanding, and he told me, do whatever you got to do for Eva. Don't worry about it. So that's really nice too. So I say everyone's been very, very supportive, which helps enormously. But we'll probably be getting out of the field. That'll allow me to get some more sampling done and more videos done there. Definitely the lab testing. And one nice thing about a non-toxic or low toxicity solution, I can do the tests here.
Right.
I don't know if you see that yellow bucket right there.
Yeah.
That's pregnant solution.
Right.
And so when I run the tests, I filter it out, put the pregnant solution there. On the table outside, you might have seen a pan with some black stuff in it.
Filter stuff.
That's the spent, that's the tailings and such. So it makes it a lot easier. I can be here and take care of Eve if necessary. Right now, she doesn't need much taking care of. And be on the computer and do
to
other
be
stuff.
able to have your lab handy where you can keep checking on stuff and working with it as you go is kind of important.
Come on. My principal doesn't mind the fact too that I don't have to charge all the time the test is running, only the time I'm doing something.
Well, that helps too on the expense side of things.
And so that makes it nice for everybody. Hey Terry.
Hello, Terry.
Let's see. I don't know what people might want me to go into detail on. I can't go into detail on anything on the Africa situation because that's all confidential, although I can go into detail on generally how you would do. I mean, basically my advice to him in terms of general, how you would approach from this thing. That might be a good place to start in general. Huh? So does anyone else have a question today that they need answered, or I can get into that or something else. You got any subjects or anything?
Well,
you want to
yeah, I
address?
actually had a subject I was going to bring up.
Sure. What
you
do
know,
you got, Jim?
Well, I thought we'd go into placer deposition and why it's important to understand. And sometimes when you're plastering, you don't understand the deposition until you get far enough into it. But from a commercial standpoint or a money making standpoint, the more that you can understand about the deposition, the more you can calculate where you are in the system and what to be looking for as you continue moving material or go up and test ground farther ahead of yourself. Um, and it plays into both load and placer. You know, that gold came from somewhere. And if you can understand the placers, even in an area you're hunting for a lode mine, if you can understand the placers or where they placered heavy and why, it may pinpoint some areas you really need to go walk and hunt the hillsides or the ridges for possible other exposure of that load source or a residual placer on the side of the mountain or, you know, up high. So I kind of thought I would go into that a little bit and kind of explain the differences and that a placer can have one or all of those combinations, but why it helps you to kind of lead you to the better goal that you might be looking for.
Okay, I'll get out of your way here.
I'm going to change this out.
Now I'll be watching the screen, so if anyone has any questions, just type it in.
We'll try to jump through. I'm going to pull this ahead a little bit if I can. That may help in the camera. This just I don't know what that light is. Maybe through the window. Huh?
Yeah, there's light there.
All right. Well, if we've got a vein system in a drainage that is shedding gold, you'll have what is considered a residual placer or the shedding of that vein system. That's a residual placer, and that possibly could be worked as a placer turning into load if it's, you know, fractured and broken up enough. As you come down the drainage, a tight drainage, which is more of a V-type drainage, is going to be what's called a gulch placer. It's going to be very confined on its controls on both sides and basically a deep V. The type of most of your gulch placers, some of them can be hand mined, but in a lot of cases you're looking at, you know, suction dredging or something like that where you can work in water. As you come out of that type of a situation, usually you'll come into the leg. And a leg placer, 99% of the time, is a lot of what you're looking at for a commercial zone. You'll have a giant, it'll push that gold to a point that the water changed here at some point or the debris blockage lower in the drainage held back an area just like a beaver dam does, where it'll hold water back. Well, it'll slow the water down enough that it drops that gold out in a fairly substantial area before it shoots farther downstream. As you get downstream, you've got an alluvial placer, which in a lot of cases is stuff that a lot of us are chasing also, and it can be commercial, but a lot of times alluvial placer may be transport material that's been How about that?
Did it just come back on? Everyone's saying no sound.
How about now?
I was reaching up there. Good now.
It's good now? Okay.
Okay, here, just look at the little sound thing.
Yeah, it flashed. But no, it was that one. I think it's that one.
Yeah. Somehow we got it on the other microphone, folks.
Well, that's good. Maybe you guys actually can hear us.
Okay. I'd go back starting at the leg placer and redo after that.
Well,
Because that's when
right.
it went off.
The leg placer is really the commercial viability in this, short of getting in a situation where you're on the residual, you're close to source. And ways to identify where you're at in the system a lot of times can be the size of the gold, the coarseness of the gold. Is it rounded? Is it folded? Is it, the wire gold and things you're going to find a lot closer to the residual placer than when you get down here in the leg or into a transport area of the system.
Now, Lincoln asks, how do you go about mining it for placers? Can you go back for a load type mining? I think basically he's talking about where that transition goes from the residual to the stream bed type.
Well, a standard placer can have any and all of this, or it can have one or two of these things. And when you look at maps, sometimes you'll see where there was an area that was a patent, and then there was no other patents in there. Well, a lot of times that patent was the leg portion and possibly the residual portion of that placer, because that gold, the heavy gold, the big gold, never migrated more than 20 acres away from the source in that drainage. The light transport gold, of course, will go down and end up down here, in the alluvial fan, or further down in a wide glacial blowout lower in the valley, 6, 7, 8 miles down. But I thought I would bring this up as a subject because you read about somebody identified it as a residual placer, a gulch placer, a leg placer, alluvial transport position, or out on the alluvial fan. Well, when you look at it for commercial values, down here in the alluvial fan, you could have gold, but it could be very deep and it could be very spread out because of having serpentine in the drainage as the water crossed over itself and went left and right. And you may have a mile wide valley that could take extensive testing dollars to figure out if there's any value that's worth taking. In an alluvial transport placer, which still could be a big thing. That's what you're seeing on Gold Rush up there in the Yukon and that. Those drainages tend to be in that environment, the alluvial transport. That gold came from 100 miles up in the mountains, but as it came down in that drainage over thousands of years or whatever, that creek has actually been moved and continually dropped gold and recut the old channel where it continually overprinted gold also in the gravels. So then you can have a pretty big commercial environment in that alluvial transport. Ideally, as a smaller miner like myself, I'm looking for a leg deposit in these drainages around here because I can mine a smaller amount of ground and probably take a considerable amount more gold out if I can identify those leg deposit areas or close to the residual. And a lot of the placers here, if they're tight canyon, they're gulch placers. And they did a lot of those here. They worked them from the bottom to the top and probably got majority of the gold out, unless there was some areas that were intentionally, really deep. But due to the water and everything else, it makes them hard to do unless you're going to start at the bottom of it and work up that whole gulch.
Well, that's one thing, but how about big rocks or big cracks in hard bedrock or something? Do they have that a lot also?
Oh yeah. You run into all of it, just like California or anywhere else that you've ever, Arizona for that fact. I mean, if you can once get to bedrock on the drainage, yeah, you can have fractured bedrock, which you could probably mine with equipment.
Can the bucket line?
Yeah, the dredges. The bucket line dredges, their limitations were depth, for one. If they could lower the water enough, sometimes they could do 40 feet, and then they could do another 20 or 30 feet. Or maybe if it was a 60-foot ladder dredge like the ones that came into Helena here, they could do 60 or 80 feet pretty consistently. They didn't have a lot of problem with that depth. If the gold was deeper than that, they just didn't get it. But yeah, rocks, giant boulders were a major problem, because if the buckets start bouncing off of giant boulders in there, that was their limit. They had to pull back. They
Break
had
your
to
bucket
retreat.
chain, huh?
They'd start busting their chain and jumping it on their sprockets and things, to where that was their limitation.
And how big would a quote giant boulder be to do that?
Like a 3-foot rock, not
Okay.
that big, because a lot of those buckets were only close to 30-inch buckets, 32-inch buckets.
Yeah.
So anything really bigger than, I don't like a medicine ball, or 2 foot or so, that
Okay.
could go up the bucket. But anything bigger than that would keep kicking it out,
Right.
kicking it out. Well, if you got a lot of those, or a boulder pavement down there,
Well, pretty soon you will if you didn't
well,
before.
right, you'll create one ahead of you,
Yeah.
and it'll just beat the machine to death.
Yeah.
And they couldn't do it. It was just too costly.
Uh-huh.
As far as most of the people we're talking to and dealing with aren't going to be in a situation where a major dredge went through a drainage. You're going to look for areas that they skipped, which, if any of you follow Dave Turin, they did work up here by Marysville a few years ago, and that's what they were doing, is working the edges of where the big dredge went, and areas that were only hand worked up on the benches, and they did fairly well. Why they didn't test more ground up there, I don't know, but I've always made a point of trying not to leave gold to go chase gold.
Uh-huh.
But as far as the TV show is concerned, they want to change up the scenery every year, I guess. So they'll mine until, call it a season, and next season starts somewhere else, just for TV value. I think.
Yeah.
I think it's more than more in that line.
Well, one thing that's kind of surprised me once I've been up in Idaho and here and everything, is just how they bucket lined a lot of stuff. It didn't have to be huge
Well,
for them to throw a dredge
see,
in there
they
as long
were-
as it's long. Huh?
they were really efficient. 3 or 4 guys could run the dredge.
Yeah.
And the dredge could process, a million and a half yards of material in a season.
Mhm.
And it could process it at like 16 to 20 cents a yard.
Yeah.
So their value that they had to have in all of that gravel, because they're diluting it, of course. They're
Yeah.
not going for just a pay channel like we do with excavators and that. We can delineate where the pay channel is, strip off that material, and only run the paying material, where they ran it all.
Yeah.
They just chewed away
No,
at it.
They couldn't
So-
see it because it was
So they,
underwater
they
anyhow.
were diluting that stuff down to where it may have only been 40 or 50 cents a yard, actually, and they could make money.
Oh, cool, Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff, I know Robin very well, and he's a great guy. I refer to him a lot.
Yeah, how long did it take to set up a dredge? Let's suppose you had a gulch here, and you're going, okay, we want to bucket line this gulch. Back in the old days,
Yeah.
How much did it take to get the dredge here and put it all together and stuff?
Some of the first ones that were here were wooden. They built them. They set up a sawmill and built it.
Okay.
And then they put a boiler in it with steam to run, with steam pumps and that to run.
The boom had to be steel and a few other components, right?
Some of those were wooden boom even.
Really?
Yeah, big huge timbers out. The later years, then they were steel, and then they went to the electric dredges, where if they did have an engine or a steam engine on them, they were running generators, and it was all electric.
Okay.
Like if you drive the interstate leaving here, like down to Missoula,
Uh-huh.
you'll see some powerhouses, one at Gold Creek, one down by Bearmouth, and then one down by Trout Creek. And those powerhouses on the river were built strictly for the dredges that ran in all of those drainages.
By
They were
power,
creating
you mean
electricity.
basically just a drop.
They were creating
Okay.
electricity to power those big electric dredges back,
Okay.
around the turn of the century.
Wow.
So it was pretty early that they actually had electricity here, and were able to do that because the towns didn't have electricity yet,
Yeah.
but the dredges did.
Well, shit. Making money.
Well, right.
You bet.
Yeah,
You know?
well, industry at its finest.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. 'Cause
But
that was one of the things I was wondering, just how hard it is to mobilize one of them babies.
But if you're plastering, I mean, this is the situation I look for: a narrow spot in a canyon with possibly some bedrock exposure that would have been a choke point, so that the water, when it came down in here, would pool and drop the gold out before it could leave the canyon. Those types of situations, I don't care whether you're digging with a shovel or digging with equipment, are probably the best places to be looking for gold, unless you can get in a situation where you've literally got residual effect on coming off of some kind of a veining pattern or system, a fault line maybe, using geologic reports. If you can find that scenario, that could be metal detecting, panning, high banking, or possibly equipment in a commercial setting also. Yep.
As long as you found it, Jeff, that's the important thing.
No, it wouldn't necessarily have to have, but more than likely, if it's a true lag deposit, it could be, let's just say, a high in the bedrock where, in order to get out of the canyon, it had to go up and over. It could be just an anomaly in the bedrock here that created that lag deposit, something to disturb the flow of the water. It could be even, a debris flow from farther in the drainage after a flood or something that plugged up an area in a drainage that would give it a chance to drop that gold out before it continued on down the drainage.
So you could have like a landslide or something, make it temporary.
Well,
thing.
And that's kind of why I drew this the way I did, because I like to go up to the highest point that I can get, and a drone works now really well too. But look at the drainage for where the curves are, and you've got a curve here. There's a good chance that the ancient channel actually went somewhere in here,
or at least
at one point in time. And this shedding system is like a landslide. And then as you come through a tighter gulch canyon, you got the same thing. Look at the lineup. If you can look down the drainage and identify the lineup, there's a good chance that there's an ancient channel running, in here somewhere also, and that the creek over the eons of time has actually moved to where you see the drainage now. And if you can start to identify those paleo channels, there's where you're going to really find your big gold. You're going to find your big rocks, but it's going to be worth every bit of it. But drones can really help to try to figure out in the drainage. I just like to use a deflecting method. You're coming down the drainage, then it's bouncing off in here. It's going to go this way. Where's it going to go next? And basically, you can start to identify areas that this could be a high bench, actually. But that may be the ancient channel. It may not even be in the drainage. It may be a bench above the drainage that actually holds the original gold that was laid down first. Definitely gold pan or LiDAR is very helpful for finding kind of what's in there that you can't see. LiDAR is a great tool.
Another thing that I heard being used up north where they have wider areas and such was just going with geomagnetics, basically trying to find the black sands.
That's
the old channel.
That's a way to do it. Ground penetrating radar may be able to identify depth of bedrock, because if the existing drainage, and I ran into this on the last one we were working on, where the existing drainage was actually the shallowest bedrock in the drainage. We're over here digging in it, and we were down 30, 35 feet. We were down really, really deep when we got into the old channel. And here the drainage, what we thought would have been the deep area where the water was currently running, was only like 4 feet below the creek bottom. It was running on bedrock. So, I mean, it's so deceiving to what you're seeing versus what it could be. But by using any possible tools that you can to identify what's really there in that drainage.
I'm wondering how long, I suppose a paleo channel could be millions of years old.
Could very well be.
Because this whole area has been really messed up over time with
yeah.
all the intrusions and
The
everything
mountains
else.
have been lifted basically twice. You've got multiple pulse and earthquake events here, which every one of those add to what's happening under the ground. And then you had glaciers on top of it to shear and push and move gravel.
Yeah. So yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. By the way, as part of the tinfoil hat report today, Eva is going to go through some information she found where they're actually looking at drilling into and tapping the geothermal solutions directly from existing volcanic
I read
systems.
just a little blip about that on mining.com, I think,
Yeah,
or
we're
something.
gonna be talking about that.
She's going to be talking about that later today.
Yeah, it's interesting, Jeff, but any of these tools you can use to identify where in the system you're at can also lead to, a possible gold mine on that strike line if you can, start to figure it out. So hard rock and placer both play together into whether you're hunting one or the other. But if there is existing placers in a drainage, it's a good idea to do enough homework to find out why. Because it may tell you that there's a fault line here that somebody never even identified. If there was an area that's had a lot of plastering and suddenly as you up the drainage there wasn't any, there's a good chance that there's some kind of geological force there that fed out gold, and that those sources were never found. That's what I spend a lot of my time doing, is looking for sources that nobody ever found.
Yeah,
Hey,
Patrick,
Patrick.
Eva's sick. She's not out of commission, and life goes on anyway. So when she needs to have surgery, then I'll probably be out of action for a week or two. But we're both workaholics here.
We'll try to continue as much as we can. So,
yep.
Hello to Dave Van. Thanks for being here.
So yeah, Eva doesn't want us to stop working just because she's got some issues right now.
Heck no.
Lincoln, as far as the alluvial, I mean, you could go to, there's different ways to try to confirm bedrock depth, of course, and we've discussed some of them here. But, drilling or coring is one way, even in a placer. Trenching or shafting, so you're going straight down to bedrock. Seismic refraction, which they can do. Seismic refraction really works actually better in low wet ground than it does if you're up on high dry ground somewhere. So, if you're in Arizona and you're looking for a placer that's high and dry somewhere, seismic refraction is probably not the thing you want to do. Ground penetrating radar in a lot of cases can give you depth to bedrock as long as it's not exceedingly deep. Ground penetrating radar can give you anywhere from 10 to 30 feet of depth. So in some situations, that's the cheapest, quickest way to try to figure out where bedrock is. They're using TEM also, TEM, which is transient electromagnetics, and that's kind of the new thing that's coming along for geologic ground penetration. It gives you a lot less detailed information though, so if you've got something that's really altered or changed, TEM might not be the thing to use.
How does that work? What is it? Do you know anything about it?
I really don't. I've been kind of reading about it. These guys here in town at Geolex were telling me how they were using it.
Yeah.
Exactly, Chris. Seismic is actually kind of the way that is the most known way if you're not going to just dig or drill.
Well, you need a thumper for that, though, don't you?
Yeah, or they'll use explosives sometimes. They'll set up with seismic and they'll put, like a quarter stick of dynamite in a hole once their electric lines are out, and they'll blast it for a sounding.
Okay.
Just like they do in the oil fields, but in the oil fields, they'll use seismic to go, I don't know, 2 miles deep. But they use some big drilling big explosives when they do that.
Yeah, I had a friend of mine, his dad used to be in oil exploration. He had some interesting stories about that. In North Africa, they were using the caps with the real long leg wires,
Yep.
so they wouldn't have to make a connection in the hole or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
He says, and those the kids over there, the native children, would take those leg wires and braid the most amazing stuff, belts.
Yeah, well, it is nice little wire.
And he says it was hard to keep them from stealing the blasting caps. The problem is they didn't have any use for the blasting cap itself, and their usual way of getting rid of it was to beat it off the end of the wires with a rock.
Oh, yeah.
One time that didn't work real well, and it had to be like the chief's sons. They had some issues there.
Yeah, lose some fingers in that. That's kind of like playing with fireworks on the 4th of July.
Oh, man.
But a placer system can have any one of these or a multitude of different situations. Coming from the residual, which basically think of that as the load. It's still semi in place. And the gold will identify that usually. You'll have really coarse sandpapery gold. You'll have wire gold, very intricate gold that would break down if it went down through the rocks in the water. So it's very identifiable if you're close to a residual. Gulch placer is still similar to alluvial transport. It could vary. The gulch could go for miles. It could go down 10 miles, but it'll be normally a gulch placer is a tightly controlled canyon, basically. Think of it that way. A lag deposit is going to be a wider area. I like to say, think of it as a beaver dam. If there was a limiting factor in the control on the drainage and outside controls that gave you some pattern, there's a good chance that there's an ancient channel there that is not where you would think it is. And that really sets you up in a leg for possible commercial exploitation, to where it could be very valuable to dig in.
I wouldn't think very far.
Well, like over here at Gold Creek or that, and even up where I was working, I would say a 2-ounce nugget in those conditions, short of some major flood event or huge water event, probably that type of gold and bigger, 2 ounces and bigger, did not travel very far. I mean, you could very well be within 100 yards or something of the original source. Short of a giant landslide, or like some of those rivers in California. I don't know if you guys have ever seen any of them in the spring when the snow breaks, but I mean, some of those they could haul a 2-ounce nugget a hell of a lot farther down drainage. But we really right in here don't have anything like that has, would have that kind of force coming down, that's carrying rocks the side of school buses. It could carry some big gold a long ways.
Okay.
When you've got that kind of boulders crashing and the whole stream bed moving.
Yeah. Now, I've only been here a short while, but do you ever get serious gully washers?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
I mean, they've had times where they've had, 9 inches of rain here, up somewhere here on a ridge or whatever. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it can modify the drainage quite a bit in a short period of time. We also have had a number of 100-year or 500-year flood events here. When the snow goes out in the spring, it can go out here sometimes in like 2 days. Well, if you get a thunderstorm and the snow goes out all at the same time, some of these little rivers turn into mighty little rivers. That's all coming down. So it's redepositing and changing the bottoms of those drainages as well.
Yeah, I know in the coastal areas, like Chris over there in the Sierras and the coastal ranges and stuff, you tend to get on a fairly regular basis, some pretty massive
Right.
flooding events.
And that makes those really neat for dredging rivers because they redeposit.
Yeah.
You know, you could dredge in the same spot every 5 years and do just as good,
Yeah.
you know, if you know the holes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I up at my camp the one year, we had the snow go out really, really fast. And all night long, you could hear the rocks banging in the bottom of the drainage in the creek. The creek was loud as hell, but you could literally hear the
Bang,
bed
bang,
load.
bang.
You could hear the whole bed load shifting and moving for, I don't know, about a week.
Wow.
And it's like, man, that's a lot of water pressure to move, you know, big rocks.
Yeah.
And then to be able to hear the rocks crashing and banging as they're moving is like, wow, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, that would be. When
Yeah,
we-
hydraulic pressure is awesome. I
when
mean,
we were up at the mouth of the Klamath River, one of the natives, in both senses of the term, it was an Indian reservation there,
yeah,
said that in the winter, when they had the big winter storms and the 40-foot waves crashing on the shore, the whole earth shakes. You know, it's just
Yeah.
constant vibration from these waves just slamming into the shore.
yeah.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, Chris, that's just it. It is. It's amazing what the earth can do to kind of reclaim itself or change itself.
Yeah, it's kind of my hypothesis that most erosion occurs in very short time frames. You know, most
Some
of the
of
time
the
it
ancient-
just sits there.
Some of this ancient erosion, you know, Rob has explained it to me a few, you know, ways too, that there was time periods where there was huge amounts of rain over, you know, 100-year period or something, because these mountains have come down, they say as much as 3,500 feet from where they were, which would explain the drainages being the way they are. It would take an, you know, enormous amount of water to wear down from way up there to down where they are in today's view.
Okay, so Jeff says he has a MineLab 5000, a Goldbug 2, and a White's,
All good machines.
but for finding hard rock ore, I presume that's hard rock ore, the MD20, the little Falcon,
Yeah, Falcon
was able
MD20.
to detect the gold in the rock better than any of the big machines.
And I've heard that about the Falcon. If you're working up close to rock, it can be pretty sensitive.
I'll have to try that when I get some really good ore from Montana B, but it's really, really fine, and see what happens there.
Right, exactly, Jeff. Yeah, that's what I've heard. If you're up close or you want to work in a tunnel, you know, or in an adit, a lot of times that they say that MD20, that Falcon, is pretty darn impressive if you're close to gold. You know, and you'll pick up stuff that the old timers visually did not pick up on.
And when was that time period, Chris? I'm thinking not in historical times. He's up there basically west of Sacramento in the mountains there,
Yeah.
coming down between Reno and Sacramento. And 600 inches a year would be a lot.
Well,
I don't think that's any time recent.
Well, when you look at the amount of erosion that happened here, this whole environment's erosion.
Yeah.
I mean, right here in town, this is all due to erosion.
But that's what I'm
So, you know,
saying.
what was the event that was big enough to create that?
Well, and that's what I'm saying. Is you have a hillside there, and in any normal rainstorm, it doesn't move at all.
No.
So
that's
how
true.
did those rocks get washed down the frickin' hill
and break apart?
in just a very, very few events spaced well apart is where most of this erosion actually
it was,
occurs.
like you say, it was a
when you
short,
have just a
you know,
really
windows.
serious gully washer, that's when erosion happens in most, you know? Yeah, okay, that's a long time ago.
Yeah. But yeah, a lot of the gold in these drainages initially was broke away from the lodes or the vein systems, probably very early on before you really even had soil. You know, the soil is the breakdown of the granite and the limestone and everything that's here turns into clay and then turns into soil, literally. That breakdown process is a long-term event. So a lot of the gold that's laying in these old drainages, the original paleo channels, was laid down very, very early in whatever the volcanic events and geologic events were.
Yeah. No, that's thank you very much for the information on the Falcon too, Jeff.
You bet.
That's the sort of thing that's really potentially quite helpful. Well, I'm glad I've been helpful, Jeff. I think what we'll do is we'll stick to Placer for like the next half hour or so, or
Well, if there's questions, I mean, we can go.
but then after that, after
I'm going
the
to pull this back, Keith, so you can get in here a little bit.
oh, that's
now.
okay. But the after the tinfoil hat report, then I'll do a little bit of explanation on general hard rock exploration in new areas, one that you don't know much about, and see if I can help there. It'll be nice when I can figure out how to do picture in picture. That would be nice because I got 2 computers. Theoretically, I should be able to make it happen. Just I don't herd electrons very well.
I will probably try playing with OBS at some point here, Bear, but it's,
I know.
I just figured I would try to bring this subject up because if you can understand where you are in a system, there's a good chance that it can lead you to the lode or the hard rock. Or if you know where there's lode or hard rock and possibly a drainage below it that doesn't show that any plastering had ever been done, it brings the question up of why. If you're finding gold up here somewhere, on a structured system, a veining system or a faulted area, that means there has to be gold in that little drainage. It could be just a little finger drainage or something, but it's a good time that you pull the metal detector out and possibly even go down there, dig a little bit in the drainage and take a sample and go pan it and see what's in it. It may lead to a completely new discovery that was completely missed.
Another thing I'd like to get would be a potato pan and try that. See how well that thing works.
It's quick, I think it'd be quick.
Hi, Smoking Joking. Yeah, I say the other thing is it's kind of the standard all over the world. So when I have these people calling from other countries, they don't have the same equipment I do. It's kind of like metric versus, well, it's worse than metric versus American.
Yeah, standard.
But it's like, here's the tool I use for that. More like Japanese saws.
Right, yeah.
They're a pull saw instead of a push saw,
right?
Things like that. And so the techniques are no doubt different. I'd like to get a potato pan so I could, among other things, try it on microfine gold.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing I suggested to the gentleman in Europe was it's pretty easy to get tungsten powder. If anybody out there is wanting to practice hand panning microfine gold, you can get tungsten powder pretty cheap, like $20 for 5 pounds or some god awful thing. And it works just like microfine gold. It's 500 mesh tungsten. It's the same density.
Right. Your density
Can't
is so
you find that
close.
stuff at golf stores?
Yeah, that's true. You can also
That's the
sometimes
stuff
get
that they pour in
small
coffee.
quantities at golf stores because they'll pour it into the golf clubs to weight the heads, basically. So that it goes down, so you get more weight. So you can get a little bit of it if you wanted to or whatever.
To play with it for weight, yeah.
Yeah. I've used gold cubes on a couple of different things, Jeff, and it worked really well on dredge concentrates up on the
placer concentrate.
Middle Fork of the Boise, which was some pretty flaky gold. But in terms of like Ryan's hard rock ore, that stuff is fairly easy for a hard rock ore, and it was only getting like 30% recovery.
And see, the RP4 table is going to be really, really similar to that. On, when you talk microfine gold or very fine gold from hard rock, it's very, and you could pan it and see it, but you start running it on the table and it's like smoke and water. You may just run it off and never even know you're losing it.
You can try panning that smoking, see what happened. You can just do that to steel and get a good something to play with for a short period of time. Of course, it'll rust up and become useless.
Well, you can get some 8-shot shotgun shell, some trap loads, cut a shotgun shell open and dump it in too. And it'll give you some fun for trying to learn how to pan without losing it. Put 10 BBs in the pan and a bunch of gravel and try to pan that out. And if you still got all 10 pieces of lead in that pan, you've done fairly well.
One thing I found as a negative with the BBs,
They move
with the
they
shot,
roll.
they roll so easy.
Right.
So I would
Smash them
smash them
right.
a little bit.
Yeah,
Slam on something rough,
flat
flat,
them.
just tap
But
them a
that
bit.
can be as far as panning technique and working with that concept, it can be entertaining for a while or with the kids or whatever.
Well, if that was your primary thing, Chris, yeah, I understand. Rougher, cleaner scavenger, basically, with
Right.
multiple tables.
Yeah.
Well, Jeff, we can get together sometime and try some different stuff. And it'd be interesting to see with your ore. Actually, you could probably bring some of your tailings over. Would be an interesting test. Yep. And that could be interesting because it's not how much you get, it's how much you lose.
Well,
And if you're not losing any, you're
in my
getting it
bigger
all.
sluice boxes, what I like to do is have 5 or 6 dimes in my pocket and throw them in at the top of the sluice box and let it run. And at the time we clean up, which might be the same day or it may be the next day, when you clean up, those dimes better be in the sluice box. And dimes are, light enough that they can race with the water, but heavy enough they should drop in and stick behind riffles. But they're flat enough to trip and flip. So I always thought the dime concept worked really, really well for just testing that my box angles were pretty decent because those dimes should stay in that sluice box. You should catch them before they get kicked out.
I'm just going to see if I got Jeff's phone number because I double checked and he's not the person I was actually thinking of. So I'm going to try that. Go ahead and hold down the fort there.
Well, yeah. If there's any other questions, on this subject, bring them up, guys. But
Oh, come on, you stupid computer.
I know, like we were saying, when you get into some of that really fine gold, it's a lot harder to catch than you think, and especially if it's coming from hard rock grinding. You got to be pretty careful about not letting it get away from you and not even know it. And Keith's got some great videos on that, going back and reworking the tailings, reworking the slimes, trying to find out where is the gold in this stuff.
How many times were your areas glaciated?
Some of these areas in here, Gold Panner, weren't glaciated at all. Depending on where you are along the Continental Divide here, some of the stuff on the west side wasn't glaciated. But then if you go into another range west of here, that was glaciated. It was somewhat smaller glaciers here. Up where I was working, that had been glaciated on the upper reaches of the drainage, but down where we were literally probably below where the original glacier got to. There was some really odd area up above us that they'd find metal detecting. They would find, nice little 1/2 ounce nuggets, 3/4 ounce nuggets. And there was no geology to say that there should have been gold there. And what we think is that was scoured from the other side of the mountain when the glacier came up and melted out up at the top or coming over the west side. It dropped that gold up there because it's not an area you would look for gold. There's nothing to indicate that the gold came from the ground. But then further down the drainage where we were, we had multiple faults and cross sections that, we knew that the gold was coming from those areas there. And we got into some pretty nice gold where, it was impressive gold, to say the least. But we knew it had not moved very far from where it was coming from.
I get so tired of electrons. I should just click the mouse.
Yeah, that upper area was probably from outwash of the glacier melting, whatever it dozered over the top of the mountain or along that ridge. The gold was just outwash from whatever that material was. Similar to what the guys in Ohio are getting down there, southern Ohio and part of Illinois. There's some areas down in there that the glacier literally carried that material out of Ontario, Canada, and brought it down a couple 100 miles before the glacier melted out.
Boy.
Lincoln, your question: indicators among water flow and your degrees in the sluice boxes. How much would the scrubbing affect water flow? Well, in a sluice box, you've got the amount of water you're putting through it, the flow, which is the speed of which you're putting it through, and then trying to identify an angle where you're catching at least most of the heavies, but not to the point that like black sand is plugging up your carpets, so you're not catching the gold. So you're working with all of those issues to find in every position is, every drainage you're in could be different based on material. But you want to get a slick stream of water, ideally above your riffles, and you want to see your riffles or whatever you're using in the bottom of your sluice box showing some kind of force effect in there that's flipping the light stuff up into the water stream that's on top. If you run a box with not enough water, it'll scour everything constantly out of the box.
Jeff Kablock, I do not seem to have your contact information.
Put up your
If you want to email it to me, I think we have fun getting together, and I'd like to try some of your tailings and stuff. But if you're getting gold with a gold cube, I can probably do a whole lot better, a whole lot faster with something else. So anyhow, if you didn't get that, Jeff, let me just type it in here. Did I spell that right?
Yep.
Okay.
You got it.
Okay, so there it is, Jeff.
Get in here a little more. Keith,
Oh,
I don't. You're actually on the tube.
I like being the disembodied voice. Yeah. And I'm just trying to think. I don't want to do a little something betwixt now and the tinfoil hat report. Anyone else got any?
You're exactly right, Chris. Every one of those can affect whether that gold is sticking in that sluice box or not. I've done it both ways, Lincoln. We've actually injected water into the sluice box right at the top of the box, like a header box on a dredge. We've actually injected water so that you make sure that box is running with enough water. And that way, with a valve, you can control that water.
Hello, Dean.
instead of having to necessarily increase it in your scrubbing system, in your trommel or up on the top deck of your wash plant, sometimes injecting it lower isn't a bad thing. If you're getting a good scrub on that stuff, there's no reason to increase the water there if you can increase it at the back of the box.
It makes it a bit sloppier and stuff there, huh?
Right.
Yeah.
Provided you're getting a good wash on your rocks, there's no reason you can't inject it direct, put more water on the sluice box.
Yeah.
Because all you're doing there is trying to use, as clean a water as possible and keep that sluice box doing what it's effectively supposed to do and scouring the lights out and leaving the heavies trapped.
Well, does it also give you a little help in establishing
A consistent flow. Exactly.
Because stuff splashing down from the top.
And if you're slugging the
Makes a lot of
plant,
difference.
which can happen, especially when we're loading it with, a 2-yard excavator bucket, you can have some muddy material that'll go through the top of the plant really fast and want to slug down into the trommel, like flushing a toilet, for instance. It'll want it surge. And that's the kind of things in your sluice box you don't want. You don't want a lot. You want a real consistent system running on your separation.
Uh-huh.
And just like with jigs or anything else, the more you can refine it to perfection, the better your recovery is. If you're slugging a sluice box with a whole bunch of material and then you walk away from it and it's running clear water, the water speeds up. So your velocity picks up. Well, when your velocity picks up, you're going to blow material out of your sluice box. What you want is a very constant feed so that everything in the sluice box is staying very consistent. Your water flow, your velocity of your water, and how it's cleaning.
David has a question. Basically, does hot water help? Do vast differences in water temperature make any differences?
I would say not really. Maybe in some clay or something, hot water would have some effect.
Certainly would when it's below 32 degrees. But
Well, yeah, definitely. I mean, if the bottom of your box is freezing up because it's that cold out. I mean, moving water doesn't really freeze. It will up on the upper edges and stuff like that. But as long as the water is moving in the sluice box, I mean, we've had it where the sluice box was frozen in the morning, and we just turn on some water, fire a pump up, turn on some water, just let it trickle through, and eventually it thaws out enough you can turn everything on and go back to work.
Okay.
Because that's an environment here that we run into quite often. Fall moves in on us fast sometimes.
Well, yeah. I mean, your nighttime
Freezing temperatures drop, and
then in the morning it's fine. It's 50 degrees.
exactly, Chris. It's important to run that sluice box correctly and try to keep, like I say, your feed rate and your velocity or your water as constant as you can. Because if you start to lose the vortice in the box due to the fluctuation of water or fluctuation of too much material slugging, you'll continue pushing that gold closer to the end of that box or into your tailings pond or whatever you're doing. It's not going to be in your sluice box.
Well, that's not good.
No, Chris makes a good point. Too slow is worse or can be as bad because it'll move everything that's in that sluice box that catches. It'll move it to the next riffle, to the next riffle, to the next riffle, and pretty soon it's out of the box. So having too much drag and not enough water can be a serious problem with carrying gold out of the box as well.
Have you ever used jigs?
No, I have not. I mean, I've been in atmospheres where we were using them on a job site. For me personally, and anything I've been mining, no. In that last one I did over here, though, I kind of wished I would have had a jig circuit, just because the curiosity to me is how much more gold, with the amount of black sand we dealt with, and we were pretty efficient at dealing with it, but the question always was in the back of my mind is if we ran a slit at the bottom of the sluice and pulled as much of that black sand out and ran it through jigs, how much gold would that have optimized in the operation? I mean, over a year, maybe it would have only been, 10 ounces, but 10 ounces literally could have paid the fuel bill for a long time.
Well, IJD Jungle Fever, welcome to
Yeah,
Hard Rock
yeah,
University
well,
here.
Yep, welcome.
I think we've seen someone from Bolivia before, but I don't think it was you.
That's
Yeah.
cool.
Uh, run the entire bed over the jig with a double deck screen.
Lincoln, yeah, I mean, depending on where you're at in the placer, ideally, if you can get into the paleo channel or the older channel of the drainage, which, like I say, might be the bench, it might not even be the drainage as you see it today. But if you can find the original imprinting of that gold, more than likely it's going to be pretty big rocks, maybe big rocks. But it's going to be big gold, and a lot of it when you hit the little pockets or the natural riffles that are there. And in some cases, as time has went on, that paleo channel's been cut by a newer channel to where it dispersed gold into some other areas to create a bigger placer. But if you can find the channel that really was the original gold laid down, it's going to pay dividends. It's not about yardage then, it's about recovery. You can have huge recovery with a small amount of yardage, and that's really what Bryce and these guys are after. When you're operating a small operation, you're not looking to do tens of thousands of yards of material. You're looking to do quality material that 40 yards of material he may run in a day, or whoever, a small operation, could be worth anywhere from $1,000 to $2,000 a day with operating costs that are fairly low. So it isn't about yardage, it's about quality yardage that you're running. You could run 1 yard of material and make more gold in some cases than running 100 yards of material.
I noticed that video, Jeff, but I haven't watched it to any extent yet. We had a kind of busy weekend with some other things. Okay. So you changed your name. Changed my name to protect me from the Bolivian government, maybe. Actually, I knew a guy that he was a Vietnam vet, and he was in exploration, geophysics, and he got caught between the Bolivians. I think it was the Ecuadorians, rather. The Ecuadorians and the Peruvians. There was a gold mine right on the border, and it was actual warfare going on. I mean, it was guys in green with bullets flying everywhere for 3 days.
That doesn't sound as much fun.
That kind of restarted his PTSD.
BC, I've tried both. We tried taking 1 inch by 1 inch riffles and cutting them back to 3/4 on the top, or just running 1 inch by 1 inch riffles with the 15-degree angle, of course. And I didn't see a lot of difference between the two, short of some of the bedding. By cutting them back to that 3/4 of an inch on the top rail did make a little difference in the bedding, on the bottom of the box. So I would say it was actually better, because it kept a little bit better vortice cleaning effect than a 1 inch by 1 inch.
I wonder. Now,
But then on all of my boxes, I went down the box somewhere at some point and spread my boxes out too, so that I was running 6-pound or 8-pound expanded metal over a slightly larger area. So I'd spread my material out. I'd go from a 34-inch box to a 4-foot wide box. And I had really good recovery farther down the box with the finer gold. When you get it out there about 12 feet, 14 feet, it was amazing how much that fine gold you'd pick up way farther down the box in that spread out material.
Now, when you cut your angle iron like that, we're using a torch, I presume?
No,
No?
cut-off wheel.
Cut-off wheel?
Yeah, it was
Okay.
a slow
So you left a pretty
process.
good
but-
clean edge there.
Yeah, oh yeah, we tried to keep a clean edge so that they were consistent.
Okay, I was wondering about that because like a torch would leave a little bump along the edge that might create some kind of an interesting little hydrodynamic issue.
Chris, I tried 1.5 inch. I even tried 2 inch riffles on some stuff. Honestly, you'd have to have a lot more water flow than you probably need gallons per minute with that much depth. On a 1 inch by 1 inch riffle, believe it or not, a pretty darn good sized piece of gold will stick behind that riffle or stay in that box. And I tried to run everything on 2 inch spacings from the front lip of one riffle to the back of the next riffle. Keep at least about a 2 inch spacing between them. And the vortice effect, if you run clean water and look at everything and watch it, and then run some black sand material or placer material through it and look at how it's bedding and everything, I really think that 1 inch angle iron was pretty darn good. Yeah, actually, I put in the front of my box, I put a 1 inch or 1.5 inch jump in. Then in front of that, so when the water jumps the jump, sometimes that'll act as a nugget trap right there all by itself. But it'll push the gravel up into the slipstream, and then I'll run a truck mud flap or some rubber mat, some old belting or whatever, to knock it back down across the riffles. And if you're running your water at least 1.5 inches above the top of your riffle, so if you put your fingers on the riffles, you should be running about, your first knuckle or somewhere in there with the top of your water above the riffle. Ideally, this is in a commercial environment. If you're doing it on a small box, you wouldn't necessarily have to have that much slipstream across the top. But the better the slipstream seem to be, the better the riffles and the action that happens in the separation in the box as far as separating that material out, keep that light stuff moving off the top, keep the medium stuff moving out of the box, and resorting those heavies to make sure the gold is getting into the carpet and some of your black sand is also leaving.
Hey, Jungle Fever, that sounds interesting. I've made a note. I'll try and check it out tomorrow.
Yeah.
Hey, Lito, how's it going?
Too. Hey, Lito.
Eva will be here shortly.
16 inches at a steep angle for scrubber. To 24 with 3/4 inch riffles. To 2 16 by 24 shallow boxes. That sounds like a nice setup, Chris. And I did that too. I actually split my big box. After my big box, I split it down to 2 1-foot boxes with riffles again. So I went from riffles to expanded steel, and then I go back to 2 1-foot. So I'm forcing everything through 2 1-foot boxes that are deep. They're 8 inches deep. But I'm running full 1 inch by 1 inch riffles in those boxes farther down in the circuit. And believe it or not, sometimes you'll have your more specimen type gold nuggets you'll find in those lower boxes, 15, 16 feet down the system, because they're almost all rock with one little piece of gold. So they were light enough to get kicked out, but yet I'll get them in them deep boxes. So it's kind of, I've been playing over the years. I'm always playing with the concept of how to, and then different material too changes it. I mean, if you went to a different drainage, it could change the whole program. You're back to playing with what is going to be the most effective means here.
Yeah, Lito, you don't want your steering going out on you. Oh my goodness. Let's see.
Well,
Yeah, so you
a 12
mix and match, plug and play.
A 12-inch box, you want to be pushing up there about You want all of that 160 gallons a minute really to be effective if you're running riffles. If you're running expanded metal, you could be a little leaner on water, but you get to a 24-inch sluice box, you want to be up there where you're somewhere 400 gallons a minute plus, in order to get enough of a slipstream that it's effectively doing, what you want it to do. Expanded metal, you could dial that back from 400 maybe back to 300 or something like that, 280 gallons a minute in a 24-inch box. But ideally, having both systems in place, like Chris and I were kind of talking about here, having riffles first, then opening the box up a little bit, like, going from 2 foot to 3 foot even, and then going to 3 foot of expanded metal. It'll open that up. It'll slow the velocity enough that if there is fine gold there, it should stop out. It should fall out of suspension. And you're dropping your water pressure at that point by having enough water in the 2 foot part of the box and dropping it out to 3 foot. You're slowing that velocity down.
When you said 6 pound expanded metal, you mean 6 pound per square foot is
Yeah.
how much?
Yeah,
Okay. That's pretty thick stuff.
it's pretty heavy stuff. Yeah, it's like you
like
use on
3/16
ramps
or something like that?
Yeah, it's like you use on ramps on something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fairly heavy expanded. I've got both 6 and 8 pound, and yeah, it's pretty heavy stuff.
Okay. I usually designate it by the thickness of the metal, like 1-inch 16 gauge sort of stuff.
Yeah.
What would your normal hole size be? About 2.5 inches?
Probably something like all of 2, I bet, for width, for length, and width wouldn't be that much between the lifts, but I guess maybe it would from front to back, front of one to front of other. Maybe that's 2 inches too. But yeah, it's pretty big stuff.
Yeah.
It's not that light little flat stuff.
Jeff says, what do you think water depth should be in the sluice?
1.5 inches over the top of your riffles.
Mr. Virtue, I haven't. He has quite a bit, but not this year.
I know I've been on a couple sites where they were already pulling gold, though. I haven't pulled any for personally yet.
Do you think you'll even get any placer this year? Or you just working
I don't
on
know. I
hard
mean,
rock?
I know my buddy just bid on this property up here, and if he gets it, we're going to start moving equipment maybe at some point. At least get some testing done this year, which would be fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that also depends on how clean the water is, Mr. Lodak.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
If you're using fresh water,
Right.
then you can
Versus
do that.
repumping dirty, muddy water or something.
Dirty, muddy water. That sounds so
Well,
normal.
you've seen it, Keith, in a pan where you could pan some material, and you could throw some more material in the pan and start panning it again, and you'll see that light gold float right off the top.
Huh.
Because you're already using dirty water.
Yeah.
Versus if you've got new, clean, soapy water, or with your jet dry in it, and you pan it, you don't see that floaties. But the minute you add more material to that pan, even once it's dirty water, you'll float gold out of it.
I think that might be some natural organic oils, like
Probably, it
oil or
could very
something.
well be, something that's already in the soil or whatever. It could very well be, but the dirtier the water gets, the more likely you are to continually float gold out of it.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Lodak says first he sets it up clean, does it, and then he can get dirty and he doesn't care. Okay, Dean. Hopefully next week we'll have one on that sapphire mine.
Yeah, thanks, Dean. I appreciate the feedback. I want to do more, Dean, with that. We've done some stuff here on the board before where I was showing, like the deposition of a hole, if you're testing in that. If you go back in some of the old videos, there was some of that in, I don't know, probably in January or February. But I want to try to do more with the video camera on. Once they've got a nice clean face on the excavation, being able to show you the differences, because that's important to trying to understand, where in the system you are and what material as you test it to try to identify, your strip rate and, what ground you want to be hauling up to the wash plant or washing at that point.
Yeah, Jeff, a little surfactant sometimes is really important. Absolutely.
Yeah.
What do they mean by a hydraulic riffle? You're injecting water?
You're injecting water in the riffle. So the riffle is actually like a pipe, or it could be a pipe under the box with holes into the box. And they actually inject a slipstream of water into the bottom of the box to keep the carpet aerated with water.
Okay, so you got a laminar flow of water over the
top
clean
of
water
that.
over the
But
carpet.
the problem with hydraulic riffles is you can have a lot of plugging if you're pulling from a pond where you're not screening water very, very well. And you run into this in the trommel and everything else, that pretty soon all the little holes in the trommel are plugging up with little tree roots and plant roots, and all kinds of crap starts plugging up because you're sucking off the bottom of the last muck in the bottom of the pond or something. And hydraulic riffles in that respect there would be an absolute nightmare if you started plugging them.
And when at the heap leach mine I was at, to make things kind of simple, because if you had a pipe going down the bottom of a 20-foot deep pond and have your pump sitting on the side of the pond there, well, if you lose your prime, life sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so what they did, they actually made a float and put the pump on the float with a hose to shore.
Yep.
And that
that's
kept you in the cleanest water too.
On my big pump, that's what we were doing. Actually, we were floating a hose out, so the intake was only like a foot below the surface, or enough that it couldn't cavitate, it couldn't pull a vacuum or a vortice on top of the pond. But we would hang it so that it was floating, and we basically used sealed 5-gallon pails for the buoys to float the hose. But that way, that intake hose wasn't in the bottom of the pond. So as the water level went down, if it got close enough to where it was getting there, then we either had to change where we were pulling water in from, or just wait for the pond to refill.
Yeah. About time for you, little one. Are you ready?
Yep. Give me a second.
1001, 1002.
I must perform the ritual.
Yeah, Goldstream. That's it's just a family operation, and they're having a lot of fun doing it. And financially, once he was over the hurdle of what you need to buy to have there, it's a fairly low cost operation, which makes it very neat. And he's been recovering enough gold that it's a little better than a hobby. It's almost on a small scale commercial. The good recoveries and good material to run.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah, Dean. My cleanup trommel, Dean, is a gold claimer. I got a smaller gold claimer that I use for running all our sluice box material through after our main operation.
Hi, everybody. Well, before I start tonight, as Bear mentioned earlier, I am now officially a tinfoil hat fashionista. So I wanted to give you a heads up warning that pretty soon you'll start seeing me wearing different tinfoil hats, not just the hard hat. So today we're going to start with some news from mining, because I don't know if anybody is still paying attention, but thanks to this great green revolution thingy going on, Current industry projections are that demand for the materials and rare earths that are used in rechargeable batteries and Teslas and other weird, ridiculous things. The demand for all those rare earths is going to go up anywhere from 400 to 600% over the next 10 years minimum. Because of this, lots of forward-thinking, purpose-cautious people are working on opening rare earth mines. Yay! Everywhere but here. Ooh. And they're also working on opening rare earth processing plants. Well, in the middle of all this, I ran into an interesting article, or 3 or 17, but we'll start with the first one. And maybe Bear will give us some insight on this after I read it. Mining brines from dormant volcanoes could provide metals needed for a sustainable future. So it turns out that some yo-yos at the University of Oxford.
Oxford, England.
Yeah, that one. Actually, it's more like are proposing the idea of sustainably extracting copper, gold, zinc, silver, and lithium from the brines trapped in porous rocks at depths of around 2 kilometers below dormant volcanoes. In a paper published in the journal Open Science, the researchers explained that the gases released by magma beneath the volcanoes are rich in metals. As the pressure drops, the gases separate into steam and brine. Wow, that's kind of cool. Most metals dissolved in the original magmatic gas become concentrated in the dense brine, which in turn gets trapped in porous rock. The less dense and metal depleted steam continues to the surface where it can form fumaroles, such as those seen at many active volcanoes. According to the team led by petrologist John Blundy, this trapped subterranean brine is a potential liquid ore containing a slew of valuable metals, including gold, lithium, several million tons of copper, all of which could be exploited by extracting the fluids to the surface via deep wells. So far, this sounds really cool. Employing this method could potentially reduce the cost of mining and ore processing. In addition, since geothermal power would be a significant byproduct of this green mining approach, operations would be carbon neutral. Wow, we're back to carbon neutral stuff. Active volcanoes around the world discharge to the atmosphere prodigious quantities of valuable minerals, Lundy said in a media statement. Green mining represents a novel way to extract both the metal-bearing fluids and the geothermal power in a way that dramatically reduces the environmental impact of conventional mining. To reach this conclusion, the researcher and his team at Oxford joined forces with Russian colleagues and worked on drill cores from a number of deep geothermal systems located in Japan, Italy, Montserrat, Indonesia, and Mexico. Using volcanology,
Somebody there.
Using volcanology, hydrodynamic modeling, geochemistry, geophysics, and high-temperature experiments, they were able to confirm their predictions of metal-rich brines. The scientists say the geophysical surveys of volcanoes show that almost every active and dormant volcano boasts a potentially exploitable lens of metal-rich brine. This means the metal exploration may not be limited to the relatively few countries such as Chile, the DRC, or the US as it is currently, because volcanoes exist all around the world. Who would have thunk it? Well, there are risks in this proposal, though. Oh, really? We're only drilling into dormant volcanoes. What could possibly go wrong with this idea? The main ones are actually related to the technology that has to be used, as the process involves drilling into rock at 2 kilometers depth and at temperatures of more than 450 degrees Celsius, which is hot. Pretty hot, I guess. On top of this, the extracted fluids are corrosive. Oh, really? Never would have thought that one. Which places limits on the type of drilling materials, and they tend to dump their metal load in the wellbore, a problem known as scaling.
Or we call it making veins if it's in rock.
Bear will be talking about that later, but yes, we call it making veins if it's in rock. Luckily, many of these challenges are already being addressed through deep, hot geothermal drilling projects. In some cases, these projects have reached temperatures of over 500 Celsius, which is really hot. And occasionally they've tapped into small pockets of molten rock, for example, in Iceland and Hawaii. Ooh, so we get to make new volcanoes. That's wonderful.
Too small a hole that plugs.
The latter challenge, however, is being addressed already as the Oxford team has patented an idea for fluid extraction that guarantees the fluids continue to flow into the well once drilled, taking into account the permeability and porosity of hot ductile rock. Whether there's a risk of triggering volcanic eruptions, the researchers say it is very small, but must be assessed even though they're not planning to drill into magma itself, but into the hot rocks above the magma chamber, which greatly reduces the risk of encountering magma. Scientists have spent the last 5 years de-risking the concept. Oh, that's an interesting word. And are now ready to drill an exploratory well at a dormant volcano. This will clarify many of the risks and challenges associated with the technique and will herald a new advance in the understanding of volcanoes and their bounty of energy and minerals. In their view, a working brine mine could be 5 to 15 years away, depending on how well the challenges can be addressed. Now, I have 20 tons of questions about this whole idea, like do these dormant volcanoes, once you empty out that first lens of brine, does new brine show up from somewhere? I'd like to know that, but nobody talked about it. And well, Bear answered one of my questions. I guess when you poke into an active magma chamber, the hole pokes up. Self-healing, yay. I don't necessarily trust it. And I wonder whether we could do that with the geysers and such out at Yosemite, though I know absolutely nothing about them. But I just thought that was a very interesting article, considering everybody is really getting into this business of rare earths, except, of course, the United States. We never ever get into anything, and we all know this. And another interesting article that is along the same vein is about a German Chilean project that apparently is looking at pulling minerals, rare earths again, from thermal springs and creating fresh water at the same time. Now, this is going to be going on, if it does, in an area of Chile that is basically one of the driest areas in the world. They need fresh water. So this is good. Researchers at Germany's Karlsruhe Institute of Technology partnered with Chilean colleagues at the Centro de Ciencia en Geothermia de los Andes and launched the Brine Mine project with the goal of developing strategies and methods for extracting lithium, cesium, and gold directly in geothermal power plants, and at the same time getting drinking water. In a series of papers published in the journal Geothermics, the scientists explained that mineral resources from Chile are of great importance to Germany. Apparently, Germany gets all theirs from Chile. Go figure.
Huh?
A country that imports thousands of tons of minerals from the South American nation, including raw materials for lithium-ion batteries. But this trade comes with ethical implications. The use of the limited freshwater resources in northern Chile for mining regularly fuels conflicts with the local population. Thomas Cole, professor at KIT's Institute of Applied Geosciences, said in a media statement. Northern Chile is one of the driest regions on Earth, but has extensive geothermal resources. With a novel type of plant, it's not only possible to generate electricity in a climate-friendly way, but also to extract drinking water and mineral resources at the same time. Currently, Brine Mine is running a data survey to determine the raw materials potential with a focus on thermal fields of the Atacama Desert. In addition, the Fraunhofer Institute for Solar Energy Systems, part of the Brine Mine project, is developing plant technology for later industrial use. The plant is based on a novel process chain. First, heat from the geothermal brine is used for energy recovery. The cooled liquid, which has relatively low concentration, is then pre-concentrated by reverse osmosis. At the same time, drinking water is obtained. This is looking good so far. I actually like this idea. Once the first phase is done, the brine concentrate is further concentrated by membrane distillation until it is saturated. No clue what that means, Bear does probably.
No.
One of the advantages of this technique is that the thermal energy required for the entire process can be covered directly from the excess heat of the power plant, a process that has been demonstrated at a trial plant installed in a geothermal facility in the Upper Rhine Graben. The researchers say most of the process steps are based on proven methods, but they've never been combined in this way. This means detailed research is required because, for example, both concentration and cooling increases the risk of silicate deposits. Conventional strategies for silicate removal would greatly impair the extraction of the resources. Without water treatment, the technical plant components would be damaged. Yet the team was able to find a viable solution by changing the pH value of the brine and adding divalent cations, such as calcium or magnesium. Our silicate removal method is fast and effective. Most importantly, it has no negative impact on raw material extraction. So while our current administration, Lord Malarkey and Company, is doing everything they can to destroy the little green mining we have in the United States and shut down our mining industry entirely and offshore it all so that we just get to buy finished materials from our energy so we can put together from enemies so we can put together our own solar panels here that nobody will buy because they're a lot more expensive than the ones made by the convicts and child labor and slave labor in Pandaland. All these other countries are doing great groundbreaking work in opening up rare earth processing and rare earth mining to meet demands in the future. Oh, well, I guess that's just the way it goes sometimes. Speaking of Lord Malarkey, if anybody hasn't taken a look at the Federal Register lately, we are up to a grand total of 51 executive orders, the various little pronouncements. All the ones lately have dealt with incorporating critical race theory and equity training, etc., in the military and every federal office, everywhere else, making sure that all federal programs practice total equity with an emphasis on BIPOC and other varieties of minorities. So that's how that's going. And he also is running the Albino Manor has the most expensive staff in history right now. I found that very interesting. Apparently, Lady Malarkey, aka Dr. Jill, Dr. My Sweet Patootie, has the most expensive First Lady's staff. And Lord Malarkey has the most expensive staff in general. So the Albino Mansion is looking really good these days.
They're setting new records.
They're setting new records. Absolutely. I mean, well, you got to be first in something. And in Lord Malarkey's case, he can't be first in too many other things. I mean, we all know how that goes. Now,
I can erase your other one. I'll probably use that for my
I was taking a look on the issue of digital currency because there's more and more people floating the idea that Ethereum is actually going to begin to outperform Bitcoin in the long run in terms of value, even if it does not in price. And as a matter of fact, a lot of the crypto houses and the various funds that deal primarily in cryptocurrency are beginning to put a more heavy weight in Ethereum because it actually does have a value added side. In the middle of this, there was an article on Kitco of all places. The digital dollar is inevitable. And I would agree with that one. Fed coin will give government total control. I would agree with that one too. Digital state-issued currency is the inevitable next step of our economic evolution, says Cameron Chell, executive chairman of Currency Works, who concedes it can be a scary proposition. She conceded it could be a scary proposition. People wonder why I wear a tinfoil hat. Central bank digital currencies, or CBDCs, are currently under development from several major central banks around the world, including the People's Bank of China, after they just banned all cryptocurrency mining in China, the European Central Bank, and the Bank of England. Recently, the U.S. Federal Reserve announced that it will take measures to ensure the U.S. will retain a leadership position in the development of CBDCs, although an American digital dollar or Fed coin would still need congressional approval. Speaking to Michelle McCory, editor-in-chief of TICTO News, Chell said digital dollars will eventually be adopted by governments. A digital dollar is something that has functioned far beyond the transfer of money. Oh, you bet your sweet patootie it has functioned far beyond the um, transfer of money. So it's inevitable that national currencies or sovereign currencies will come into effect. It's just too inefficient when you've got some nations that have access to use digital dollars as opposed to some that won't use it. Currency Works is a financial technology company that builds digital currencies, assets, and NFTs. Governments can benefit from a digital dollar by saving billions of dollars a year in printing physical bills. But more importantly, it will give authorities more control over the populace with the ability to track the provenance of transactions. Oh, isn't that a wonderful thing? Fiscal and monetary policy development, tax collection will be a game changer. Now, all of a sudden, you've got a decentralized technology being run in a centralized system. You can actually monitor, track, withdraw taxes, support benefits, all of these things instantly. As a political tool, when you think about being able to invoke or monitor sanctions on companies or countries or bad actors, you have to swipe there, swipe right.
Which fucking way?
Right!
I touched, I did everything.
Who was it?
Parrot. No big deal, but I mean, I'm swiping, I'm touching
Bring me
it.
the
My fingers are too thick. It can't sense my flesh.
He cannot
I'm
do.
wearing gloves.
Next time, just snatch it and hand it to me. His fingers don't work on smartphones, okay? I've tried telling him you need to swipe right.
I have to maybe like lick it or something. Don't worry about it. You're on the live stream, little one. It's Tom.
Decentralized currency being run in a centralized system, you can actually monitor, track. Oh, go away, you silly thing. Where was I?
Yeah, they can track everything.
As a political tool, when you think about being able to invoke or monitor sanctions on companies or countries or bad actors, when you've got instant access to wallets, it's an entire new tool that really we haven't seen the likes of. Oh, that just sounds lovely. Critics of this technology, wow, they mentioned the critics. I'm in favor. Point out that civil liberties would be endangered if the government can monitor every single dollar on the blockchain. Chell said this is a step toward tighter control over the money supply as a transition toward a cashless society continues. However, he offers a stark warning. Ultimately, it is much more convenient for people to use it as well, so I think adoption is going to become inevitable as well. But if we're not careful with our policies and our law, we are in for a controlled society. Well, dirt, dude. Like that totally escaped our attention and we had no possible clue that things could go that way. I mean, what could possibly go wrong with a digital money supply? I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. That's just totally
Was it
silly.
28 people. Okay.
Yeah, Goldstream.
All right.
Nice big keys. His problem is he can't swipe it. Exactly, smoking. His theory here is that his skin is so thick that the phone doesn't feel his incredible, magnetism and energy the way it does mine. I mean, my phone is very responsive to me. Okay.
I'm sure there's a retort there somewhere, but
Well, of course
if I
there's a
had it,
report
you
somewhere.
no doubt one up me anyway.
Of course I would. Absolutely. Oh, and guess what, guys? Ohio became the 41st state to end sales taxes on gold and silver. Only 9 more to go. Well, technically 10 more to go. The other 9 are the 9 states plus the District of Columbia. Some of them have only partially removed taxes. Like, for instance, in California, it is very odd. If you buy under $1,500 in gold or silver at one time, you have to pay a sales tax. If you happen to live out of state and you happen to buy it in California, you have to pay a sales tax. But if you buy more than $1,500 at a time, you do not. So we've got some states that still tax it entirely, some that tax it partially, and some that have pulled their heads out of their collective fundamental orifices
Yeah.
and stopped taxing it at all, which is so that's where we are on that matter. As to where gold is going right now, we're looking at breaking 1900 again, probably in the next month, according to some of the experts. Silver is around 26 to 27 right now. Some of the analysts are saying if we can break 1900 and maintain it, we could see over 2500 by the end of the year. Others are saying that will depend on whether we actually have inflation. Because, of course, according to Lord Malarkey and Lady Hillsop, we have no inflation. Well, and according to the Fed, the inflation is absolutely healthy. As a matter of fact, they're thinking about raising the inflation because since the economy is heating up and roaring forward too fast, building better too fast, they want to raise the inflation to keep it sustained at 2% long term to slow down the economy. Yeah. This is like number 19,212 on the list of totally brilliant ideas that absolutely suck, which come out of the Fed. But then again, the Fed is not known for having good ideas at all. Now, for those who are curious and may not know, I'm trying to get to the point where I can tell you exactly which states you should avoid buying gold in or start petitioning your state legislatures to fix the laws. California is one of them. What else is new? We all know the place is a third world hellhole. 9 states: Vermont, New Jersey, Maine, Tennessee, Kentucky, Wisconsin, New Mexico, Mississippi, and Hawaii, and California, and the District of Columbia either have full taxes on buying gold and silver, or they have partial taxes that are based on the amount you buy at one time, which is a punitive taxation that only impacts the small investors like you, me, Bear, Jim, and everybody else. It does not affect big boys, of course. And of those states, so far, Hawaii, Maine, Mississippi, New Jersey, Tennessee, and Wisconsin are beginning to look at or considering possibly maybe looking at and forming a committee to decide whether it's a good idea to look at changing the law. So if you live in one of the states that still has its head up its fundamental orifice, you might want to start contacting your state legislators, because if you have a partial tax in your state, then you're being penalized for being poor. If you have a tax in your state at all, I would contact your legislatures. And if you happen to live next door to a state that has actually gotten good about this, go over there to buy your metals, because premiums are still high. They're probably going to go higher. It would not surprise me in the least, because we currently have pretty much consensus amongst the central banks. They're all discussing the same 2,000 announced to 25 announced by the end of the year bracket. And when all of the big banks are starting to casually put that number into the mindset, into the gestalt of the whole thing, that indicates to me that there's a good possibility they're planning to allow, they're planning to ease off on the manipulation of the price of gold a little bit, to let it jump up to 2,000 or 2,500. Since with these new Basel III regulations, they have to have a certain amount of actual physical gold around to back the things they're talking about. That gives them a pretty good example and a pretty good reason to allow the price to begin to come up and make a new normal, if nothing else. And also, it eases the persistent rumors being spread by conspiracy theories that there is active manipulation of the precious metal prices and has been going on for decades. I mean, all of us know that that is Totally unfounded. Absolute conspiracy theory. 100%. 5 stars, 5 Pinocchios here. But one of the ways to shut up that conspiracy theory is to allow the price to get a little higher. Not much, but a little higher. And the price of silver at that point, I'm seeing a lot of numbers that say silver could hit 35 or 40 by the end of the year. There is not nearly as much consensus. Part of that is because there is still an ongoing valiant effort by a lot of people on Reddit and elsewhere to actually put the squeeze on paper silver. They are still trying. And I have to give them credit for it because, as far as I'm concerned, I think it's a great idea. One of the newer strategies that they've adopted is they've started targeting buying paper silver from the few companies that still have reasonable requirements so that you can get your physical product delivered to you. And then, as soon as the period comes where you're allowed to sell that share to get your physical product, they are selling it and trying to get their physical product. If nothing else, if a lot of people do that, we may get rid of a few more total scam, naked short organizations that are out there proliferating all over the place. Well, of course, people would lose money that way too. But it is actually easier to squeeze the silver market than the gold market. It's easier because the price is much lower. So there's far more potential for a penny investor to get involved.
Okay, Basel 3, 1st January next year, for Tier 3 to Tier 1. Do you have any idea what he's talking about?
Yeah, the Basel 3 probably will be here around 2022. And it's actually already beginning to get implemented, but this is going to be one of those things that, well, the best way to put it is it's going to get implemented. It was bruited about with great fanfare as a way to protect the market from the very small, but not significant fraud of short and naked shorts and paper, gold and silver. They claim, of course, that there is actually very little fake gold and silver that is just paper. That's not exactly the case, and the math backs that up. And so I think what's going to happen is, as it rolls out around the world, already the central banks have started buying back into the gold market again. They have to, because they have to make sure they have the reserves to cover whatever positions they have. I think they're going to really slow walk or ignore the regulations that are supposed to control how they loan physical gold and silver to each other. I think what's probably going to happen there is the big banks are going to continue to turn a polite blind eye to those regulations, and the regulatory agencies supposedly enforcing them are going to pretend that they're being enforced when they're not. They may use them as a selective enforcement tool against people that they dislike. That is not uncommon in the banking world. All kinds of strange things go on in banks. As a matter of fact, it's a really good idea to keep a close eye on banks. And if you happen to have funds in one, reread your terms, because a lot of people don't realize that in many cases your money is not your own. Your bank is very good at making sure that if you actually wanted it, especially right now if it happens to be physical gold or shares in gold that you want to get as real metal instead of their pieces of paper, they're going to get a little bit bizarre about the issue. It's just a bank thing. You know, you can't account for bank things. You really can't. Very, very strange organizations. But back to the important news of the week. You may have noticed, Happy Independence Day yesterday. We had a great time Independence Day. We went to a cookout. Our flag is waving outside. The entire city was blanketed by everybody putting off their fireworks, and it looked real cool. The left had a great Independence Day, crapping on the flag, crapping on the Constitution, crapping on the Declaration of Independence, declaring everything racist, and Captain America in the brand new Marvel movie that came out on the 4th of July announced that the American dream is a lie and that the picket fence is really a gate to bar out the worthy and the deserving. Okay? So if you have not yet decided to ban the mouse from your house and you are still vainly clutching on to the last little shreds of sanity in the comic book industry, yeah, it's really time to get away from Marvel because this is just utter and complete. Um, Ladies, don't say the words I'm thinking in mixed company, okay, folks? The mouse is bad enough, okay? But Marvel is just has gone so far beyond the bounds of sanity, common sense, and their own cartoon universes, the franchises that they spent decades building and fleshing out that we all loved. That the only way they're going to learn anything is if we follow everybody else that is actually starting to buy into Japanese animation and comic books because not even, and I'm not talking about the dirty kind either. Regular Japanese cartoons, animation, and comic books and graphic novels really kick butt. They have great plots. They are unapologetically normal. They are not filled with women taking control of Thor's hammer and alphabet people becoming superheroes and Captain America, who is now saying the American dream is a lie. It is time to get away from these people. I have now reached, probably because, well, you saw the video the other day. There's stuff going on. I'll talk about that in a minute. I have now reached the point of zero tolerance. Yesterday, I was looking at my beautiful flag, and I made the mistake of going online to see what was going on in the world. And I discovered that half of our country was busily crapping on the entire notion of Independence Day and America and celebrations. And Facebook had given me no less than 6 notifications on my page about how I may have been exposed to extremist activity. Yeah. If you can't say something nice, I kind of gave Facebook a piece of my mind, and as soon as possible, I'm going to delete Bear and I from Facebook because this is ridiculous. I am not going to put up with it. And by the way, I would not advise turning in the insane Antifa leftists and other crazy people that you run into on your Facebook as being extremists because I did that, and Facebook got really mad at me. They were not happy. They sent me a notice saying that if I continued to make false reports and spam, they were going to suspend me. So it's pretty obvious that their definition of extremist may be different from my own. And I think that those warnings might have had something to do with the fact that just for the fun of it, the day before Independence Day, when my Facebook friends that were in an Independence Day time zone started posting their American flags, I was giving everybody likes and I was sharing the American flags on my Facebook profile. And I said, Happy Independence Day. And I reposted my meme that said from last year, big, beautiful flag picture. Across the top, it says Happy Independence Day. Underneath it, in parentheses with an asterisk, it says some terms and conditions apply. Facebook did not like that. Last year, it took them 20 minutes to take it down. This year, it took them 7 minutes to take it down. They've gotten more efficient. So, yeah. I think it is time that we start adopting a zero tolerance policy toward this bullshit. When you have Nike coming out and saying they are for Panda Land and by and for the panda people, and not even trying to apologize for the fact that their sneakers are being made by slave labor and child labor. When you have companies like Marvel pulling this bullshit on Independence Day, releasing a Captain America movie, and that bullshit. When you have the mouse, oh good lord, the mouse, pulling their nonsense, and partnering with Sensi even further than they were. Sensi, by the way, is a multi-level marketing company that makes absolutely crappy wax melts. They're exploitative. They're disgusting. Their products are overpriced and ridiculous. And the mouse, of course, is always good for wanting
Could
a
get
buck.
sued there.
They are.
I'm talking about you.
Nah, they won't find out.
Okay.
The mouse is always looking for a buck. Okay. So the mouse has been partnered with these people for some time, making these really ugly and silly looking wax warmers that are very, very overpriced. Well, now the mouse is pumping their scents through various parts of the magic kingdoms and giving out little bags of their scents where the wax melts actually look like candy to people while they're waiting in those mile-long lines for the rides. And when the parents don't want the bag, Disney employees have been giving the bags to little children. Now, I don't think it's a very smart idea to give a little child a pretty bag that's covered with like firework pictures and happy pictures that has little things in it that are candy colored and candy shaped and smell really good. This does not strike me as a bright idea. So, the mouse is going a little overboard these days. They're all going overboard, and I think we really need to start developing some sort of a zero tolerance policy for this because it is just ridiculous when organizations from the New York Times, National Public Radio, which is tax funded, Washington Post, various representatives in Congress, various Holly weirdos, and their press people are all crapping all over Independence Day, on Independence Day. This is just, it's rude. And I have decided that it is my official policy that I am no longer going to tolerate rudeness. I have tried. I have tried to stay above these people. I have tried to turn the other cheek. I have tried to say, no, I'm not going to sink to their level. Well, I'm not going to do that anymore. If somebody gets that rude around me, I'm going to go Uber Karen. Okay? Bear has never seen me do a thermonuclear Uber Karen. I reduced a BLM peon in his office in Phoenix one day to the point where there was sweat soaked under his armpits and he was shaking. And I never raised my voice once and I never used a single profane word. Bear has never seen me go Uber Karen. I think it is about time I did. And part of the reason for that is I apparently have some sort of a ridiculous zombie gum disease. It's nothing major. I am not in much pain. Every once in a while, I just break out in a head, toe body sweat, soak my clothes, soak the sheets. I'm not losing weight. There is some pain, and I'm eating like an alpaca with my few remaining teeth anyway. It is a little unnerving to see pieces of gum falling out in the sink, but I'm sure that is going to stop it. Maybe. But anyway, we will keep you informed on that. Meanwhile, Bear is up next talking about hard rock mining. So everybody have a great week, and in a couple of weeks, be prepared to be making sounds of shock, awe, and amazement when I unveil my next tinfoil hat.
People are giving you best wishes and stuff, little one.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay. So, let everyone get their thing. The situation I'm dealing with, Ethan, nothing too much in the field. I'm doing a lot of work on the extraction stuff. Apparently, the Zico Goldex does, in fact, dissolve gold. And here's the kinetics graph of the only sample that I've got, a head grade and solution grades for it this time. And yes, that looks really weird for a good reason. It's going down over time. At 6 hours, it had 60% recovery. At 12 hours, 45% total recovery. And then it kicked back up to about 47.5% recovery. Something is knocking gold out of solution. Chris and I are discussing it. There's a lot of possibilities, a lot of things we can potentially do, and hopefully by next week I'll have a lot more information on that. In terms of actually out in the field doing stuff, nothing to speak of at the moment. Okay, thanks, Chris. It could be preg robbing. This particular sample is from a dump. There is some organic material in it. I tried skimming it off as much as possible, but that is definitely a possibility. There's a number of things which we can define. The solution at 6 hours looked about like this in color, but at 12 and 24 hours, it was vastly darker than this. I added more Lixivant and more lime at the 6 hour mark. Might have gone overboard. Not sure. So we aren't, yeah, and Chris is right. Organics usually don't preg rob in thio. That's one reason the Gold Strike mine used the thiourea leach for some of its stuff is the organics don't matter. So anyhow, that is ongoing. I don't have a whole lot of information available right now, but the basic concept, yes, it does in fact seem like the Eco Gold X does in fact dissolve gold. Should have a lot more information next week. Now, the situation I have, the project in Africa, there's a person who died recently, and another person in the organization is trying to take his place, doesn't have a whole lot of training, and so asked me to help him with some stuff. And this is a situation which I have more than casual acquaintance with in terms of big mining companies operate entirely different than smaller mining companies, which operate differently than micro mines like us. Okay. Is there acidity? No, there's no acidity. It's an alkaline solution. Say, I'll get into a lot of the details on that next week when I've got a lot more information. So the situation is interesting in that there has been some drilling done. This is an old gold mining area. Gold mining has been occurring here artisanally for many years, as in centuries. And the drilling is not thorough. There's been some lines of drills done, some to, I think it was about 100 meters. And they have results plotted and stuff. There's a number of facets about this in general. Again, I have to be careful due to confidentiality. I have to keep it kind of general. Yeah, I think so, Chris. Number one, the report that I was given was over 200 pages long. That had been prepared a couple of years ago. And there's in the mining industry, there's two ways of making money. Number one is what we all think of. You find an ore body, you invest in a system or whatever, and you produce more value in gold than it cost you to get it out of the ground. Now, the problem with this, as far as a lot of people are concerned, it's quite risky and it's rather complicated. So they have an alternative method of making money from gold mining. Instead of mining the ground, they mine investors' wallets. Now, this is much more reliable in terms of, well, if they don't have enough money in the wallet, they're not an investor. They don't care anyhow. They just find someone with enough money in their wallet. Okay? Then the situation is just a matter of transferring the money. Much, much simpler than extractive metallurgy and permitting and things like this. Now, if you were involved in this type of activity, you don't really care about what's in the ground, except does this look good enough to finagle people out of their money? The first gold mine I worked at, the president of the company was a mining engineer or a geologist. I'm not sure. He had a degree in everything, but he was actually interested in actually making money mining. And they got this thing set up and they thought, well, we could actually make money at. And the people that he was associated with in the finance industry, what are you doing? Trying to start up an actual mine? Don't you realize how risky that is? Just take the money and run. And he really had to go against his entire circle of associates and say, no, I'm going to actually try and make money mining.
Try to mine it.
Yeah. And so the whole situation is you have to try and determine, are these promoters, I will call them promoters to distinguish them from people trying to raise finances for actual mines. I'll call them financiers. Just, they're arbitrary definitions. But these promoters make their money promoting, not mining.
Right. Get a percentage of the take.
They will come up with an idea. They'll find an old mine. On a smaller scale, you see it with somebody will stake an old mine, make some claims, sell about it, and then sell it to somebody for $10,000, $20,000, even though there may be nothing there. I know one that was sold as a gold mine that, when I looked up the records, it was a rather low-grade producer of lead with silver as a byproduct. That's on a small scale. On a larger scale, what they try and do is they find something that has something that is of interest and then use some rather vague statements to try and elicit the picture in the investor's mind that it's a lot more grandiose. They have more information, that it's more likely, things like this. And when I read this report, I'm going, okay, this report was not meant for management of a mining company. This wasn't written by a field engineer for Goldfields Limited, proprietary, They, because if you're writing for like Goldfields proprietary and you're a field engineer, they don't want a bunch of fluff. They want to know infrastructure and things like that, which are kind of peripheral issues, but important. What's the water supply? What's the security situation? What kind of logistics? I mean, roads, railroads, ports, things like that. Smelters, maybe, in country, whatever. And so those are peripheral but directly related issues. This guy was going back in this report to geopolitical events in the 6th century AD in the region, which have very little to do with whether or not this is a good ore body. So it was filled with what I call fluff. You might call it smoke and mirrors. It's distraction. It makes it look like a big report, but it doesn't add anything of value to it. Now, they had drill results. They had surface sampling results. There wasn't much in the way of geological analysis where a geologist had said, okay, this is what the ore body appears to look like. It's posted in this. There was some of that. But with the exception of about 100 pages of raw and correlated data, such as drill logs and maps with drill stuff, there was, I would consider it about 10, 15 pages worth of useful information, well over 100 pages of fluff. So to me, this report was presented more for financiers and stuff like that. And just a lot of crap to have to wade through. And so this is what you look for in a report to see whether or not this is a legitimate geological report or a financing encouragement report? Is there a lot of fluff, miscellaneous stuff? Somebody's here. So they mentioned how it was the site of the largest placer mine of the early 1900s, and not anything about how there's almost no gold. Exactly. I saw one where it's like, we've got a square mile of claims by the old Tombstone Mining District. Who cares? What's under those claims? Didn't mention anything.
Right.
They also had another prospect, and the reason I knew about it is a friend of mine had their house was actually near this one particular spot where they were going to do some test drilling. She was just terrified they were going to start a big mine next door. So I said, sure, I'll take a look at the information. And there was a geophysical anomaly in this area, and it was 2 or 3 miles from an existing, I'd call it a significant sized open pit copper mine, but it wasn't a big one. Okay. And it wasn't a little small one either, but it was a mid-size at best.
It was a mine.
Yeah. And they were going to drill these anomalies. And I looked at it and it's like, okay, you have an anomaly a couple miles away from an existing ore body. They've leased the claims to a major corporation, and they're going to punch a few holes and see what they find. Don't worry too much at this point.
Right. Probably. Yeah.
Your chances of them actually finding a viable ore body are pretty small. And when they actually started drilling holes, the anomaly turned out to be of I think it was mainly pyrite. It wasn't copper. It wasn't anything useful.
Mm-hmm.
So how they word these things, when you see phrases like potentially and when they're talking more about total ounces of gold in the ground as opposed to what the ore grade is, that's an indicator. Because, we got 300,000 ounces of gold blocked out. Fine, what's the ore grade? 1 gram per metric ton.
Right.
Well, 1 gram per metric ton, 0.03 ounces per ton. Yeah, it's not very good. They had some stuff that was in the, better than an ounce to the ton, but it was like a couple samples out of several thousand feet of drilling.
Yep.
And most of it was around the 0.01 or less.
Yeah. 0.00.
About a third of it was better than, 0.02 of an ounce per ton. And maybe 10% of it was better than 0.05 of an ounce per ton, which is a decent ore grade for open pitting. Okay. But then you got to take into account stripping ratios and stuff. Some of this is down pretty deep.
Right.
How
do you get to it?
When you're looking at a report like this, it's how much have they blocked out? And you look at, are they talking about ore to waste stripping ratios? Are they talking about recovery percentages in test extraction processes? As far as I can tell, there's no test extraction processes. And one thing that I found hilarious was they had a diagram of this gravity separation system. There was no labels of anything. It was just kind of like diagrammatic pictures of stuff. And you're trying to figure out, what is that device?
Right.
Is that a jig? Is that a table? Not a single label anywhere. Not primary crushing, secondary, nothing. It's like, no, this is not a diagram of the system.
Right.
And so it's this ambiguity, this nebulosity. Watch out for that. A real geologic report written to try and establish the real value of something is going to have specifics, ore grades, or tonnages, extraction percentages, ore to waste stripping ratios, things like that. And Chris brings up a point. Proven reserve, probable reserve, geologic reserve, inferred reserve. They all sound interesting, right? There's only one that's really interesting. Proven reserves. All those others have lower probabilities. And when they're talking a geologic reserve, they're saying, well, there's about a 50-50 chance that you've got this much there.
It might be there.
You know, there might be more, there might be less, but it's around 50-50. Then you start getting things like inferred reserves. That means we got a hole over there, 1,000 feet. We got a hole here. And if we just assume that everything in between is the same as what these show,
Yeah.
that's an inferred reserve. Yeah, that can be pretty ridiculous. So these are some of the things. If you are looking at a report, and there's good ones and bad ones, look for the specifics and stuff like that. Also notice the time that the report was written. If you got a mine that stopped operating in 1950 and the report's from 1910, well, it's kind of presumed that the good stuff was taken out between 1910 and 1950. And so that 1910 report in terms of ore reserves doesn't necessarily mean much. Okay. If it's been written near the time that the mine closed or after the mine closed, there was one I saw. It was in Nevada. Gentleman there was interested. Gosh, I forget the name of the mine. I haven't talked to him in a bit. But they had gone down and they had sampled the pillars that were remaining and taken multiple samples around the perimeters of all the pillars, had them analyzed, and did the geostatistics. And so
that's a good mine, huh?
those, well, it was reasonable grades.
Yeah, it would be at the pillars.
It was
'cause that's
fully, it was
some ore they had to leave in order to get the rest
well,
of
it was
out.
fully stoped at top, and as it was going down, then they developed it, but then they stopped. I'm not exactly sure why. Could have been the war or whatever. But anyhow, so
Right. No, there's reasons. There's some mines stop.
this could then be
Right.
stoked out. Now there was a pretty good estimate of what's in the ground because of what was there and how they were able to sample it.
Mhm.
Now whether or not it's profitable or not would depend on a lot of factors.
Well,
But at least
a bigger drilling program or a bigger geological program to see what is really there.
I would say those
Right.
reserves were probably
some
fairly
good numbers.
Yeah, yeah. So you still have to figure out your extraction and costs and
Right.
a lot of other things, rehabilitation,
Right.
etc. But at least you got good things there. So when it comes to reports, these are the sort of things you want to look for: specificity, detail, actual proven reserves, actual extraction testing. We did rolling bottle tests with cyanide. Here's the, extraction curve. Things like, graphs like that will be in a real report that gives you really good information. Things like if, maybe, it's nearby, it used to be, stuff like that, not nearly as useful. So that's the situation they have. Is it has been artisanally mined for years. The drilling has shown some results. They have a certain amount of money to work with, which is not a shoestring budget, but neither is it the huge, giant, multi-billion-dollar budgets of the big boys. And so they need to be cautious in how they invest their money to try and what you call bootstrap this. Comes from the phrase of pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, which of course is impossible to do, but it means lifting yourself by your own strength. So the mine I used to work at, the Kim Gold Picacho mine, was an old mine. It had two basically known ore bodies. One had a pit where it basically caved in and such. There was a lot of underground workings there. The pit was 150 feet by 150 feet by 40, 50 feet deep, the Dulcina pit. And like many of these old mines, they undergrounded the higher grade ore and left the lower grade material because it wasn't profitable and you need a ground support stuff. However, with the advances in heap leaching, now this lower grade material was in fact profitable.
Right.
And so we were out there. We had a limited budget. We had limited capital reserves. And permitting was easier then than it is now,
Yeah.
or it would be impossible. The idea is we started drilling some holes around the old Dulcina pit. That was one of the first things I started doing. I was drilling 100-foot test holes with an air track drill. Okay. And they'd done the preliminary stuff. Then they hired up myself and a couple other guys to actually start the small production.
Right.
The motivation, the principle is get cash flow fast. That's the whole idea.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to bootstrap it, you need cash flow. Okay? So you can take money from that cash flow to expand with, to expand your drilling, etc. Once you've defined an ore body that you can make a profit on, you can now start. And as you're doing that, theoretically, you can expand if needed. Now, as an example, on our situation there, here was the pit. This area here was ore. Okay? We had a fairly flat area over here that was also ore. What we did was we built a heap leach here. This would be the mill. And I think this was the pregnant pond. And that was the barren pond. And then we covered this area with plastic and plastic line trough into there. And then these are plastic lined ponds. And then we started stacking and leaching ore here, just hauling it right around here. Gosh, I don't know, 400 feet, 500 feet, you know. We had a 966 loader, an old one, 966A, I think.
Yeah.
We had a TD15 dozer that was old enough. It had the gas over diesel engine.
So 1948, 1950.
Yeah, it had hydraulic blade,
Yeah.
but that was, I mean,
That's
so
about all it had.
I guess early 50s.
Yeah.
Now, for those of you who don't know,
Well, it could have been as late as 52 or something.
a gas over diesel engine means that because diesels are kind of hard to start, especially when they're cold, and an electric start, nowadays they have real high compression ratios and all kinds of really wonderful stuff. Back then they didn't. And so what you had was a carburetor and a little gas tank and a compression relief.
Decompression.
Yeah, decompression.
Yeah.
So that you take your typical 25-to-1 diesel compression and cut it down to an 8-to-1 compression ratio. And you have spark plugs in your diesel engine. So you hit your decompression lever, turn your carburetor on, and actually I think it happened when you moved the decompression lever, it also opened up the intake to the carburetor.
Yep.
And then you hit the starter, and it would start up as a gasoline engine. And then, once it had warmed up a little bit, you would
Drop the compression
and hit the diesel fuel, and it would fire up. Okay? And so we had that. We had that air track drill. It was used from a previous project, and so we had some other stuff from a previous project that had not made money, but had made some gold. Give them some experience, made them some gold. And we didn't have a trawl truck. So what did they do? They rented one. They rented a 10-wheel dump truck with operator. And so my job was to drill blast patterns here and blast it. And then the 966 would load the dump truck, and he would take it over here. And we started stockpiling here to begin with, and then hauling it up onto the pad. And then eventually we started actually hauling it to the pad with 35-ton trucks. But at this stage here, say we didn't even have a haul truck. We were doing everything we could to save money. One time, I was underneath the carbon columns in this mill for 5 hours, soaked with solution while I was fixing the stuff. Okay, because they got plugged up. I don't know. It was a plumbing issue of some sort. I was resolving it. It was just going to take a long time. Luckily, you know, the cyanide solution for heat bleaching is pretty mild. So we started with that in 1980. And I believe by 1985, by using the money we were making to increase the size of equipment, we got 35-ton trucks.
And you proved the
Then we got a 992 loader, 992A that was crappy, wound up being parked, and replaced it with a 992B brand new, which in 6 hours, I mean 6 months since we bought it, had 30 minutes of unscheduled downtime. Now, Caterpillar makes good equipment.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a big fan of Cat.
They do make equipment.
Then we went to 50-ton haul trucks and a 992C, and like I just kept building bigger and bigger and bigger, reinvesting the
But
money.
you're proving your existence because of the
Eventually, all this was mined out, and our big heap leach was way over here. Okay, but during that time period, we went from a shoestring operation where I don't think we ever missed any paychecks, but I think one time we took a week off so we could get some more gold out of the heap before we started up again, to on the New York Stock Exchange in 5 years. Okay. That's how you bootstrap an operation. You have to be very, very cost conscious. Never spend anything that you don't know exactly why you're spending the money for, and that it's going to make you money
Exactly.
really soon. You're not,
you got to start with, whether it's placer mining or hard rock, you got to start with some equipment at some point. But until you can first identify a resource, identify that it really does with your that you've got an ore grade that's even worth investing, $1,000 in. Get some assays, do as much ground testing on the, as you can before you start deciding on equipment.
yeah. Now, Lincoln asked, was that open pit mining? Yes, it was. And this particular ore was exceptionally good at fragmentation and leaching. We would use, I believe it was 0.2 pounds of ammonium nitrate per ton of rock as the loading factor.
Yeah.
And it would reduce it to 60%, 3/16 minus, right there.
Which would work right on your heat.
Yeah,
leach,
we did
right?
not crush.
Right.
We just loaded it, put it in trucks, hauled it to the heap, and as you dumped it over the edge, there was a guy down below. He had a big tank of lime slurry and a fire hose and a diesel-powered pump.
Yeah.
And he'll just sit there. As you're dumping, he's hosing it down
Put lime
to
into
neutralize it. Exactly.
Wow.
And as I said, we built all this stuff up from scratch through cash flow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And this is the sort of situation which may work well over there in this Africa project, in terms of there does seem to be indications of reasonably good heap leaching grades. Not so much tank leaching, in my opinion. Now, they may have gotten it a lot cheaper lately, but when you're talking tank leaching, your capital costs are much higher, your operating costs are much higher, And so the assumption is that there may be, well, let me talk about something. Profitability is gold value, and that means what you can sell it for minus cost to get it equals profit.
Yep.
Now, this part here the better the recovery is better. The problem is, almost always that means you're going to raise your cost. Okay? So the question is, how much more do you recover for how much more do you spend? This is a very almost universal concept.
In anything.
You can improve your recovery, but it's going to be more costly.
Yep.
A heap leach will typically get 60 to 75% recovery for a heap. A tank leach will typically get you more in the 85 to 95% recovery. Okay? That's for an agitated tank leach, like carbon and pulp, resin and pulp, those sort of things. You can see right there, that looks good.
Yeah, but the cost here versus the cost there.
Any idea what our total mining and leaching cost was over there?
Being you didn't have to run a crushing circuit in that, it
Yeah.
would have been damn cheap. Your costs would have been really cool.
$6 per ton.
Yeah,
Total. That's building
that's
the
your chemical and
the
everything.
heaps, everything,
Yeah,
start to finish.
Yeah,
Mining
so
cost was $1 a ton.
Yeah.
Okay, that's drilling and blasting
Right.
included. Now, for a tank leach, at the time you were looking at $20 to $30 a ton.
But the
For the
infrastructure
big
costs.
boys.
Right, but what's the infrastructure
These are the
cost?
people that are doing thousands of tons a day.
Exactly.
So for the kind of throughput that we could have afforded, it would be a lot. Plus, we were running. We started out at in the beginning about 700 tons a day. We were hustling with that 10-wheeler.
I bet.
At the end,
A lot of little dump truck loads.
14,000 tons a day per shift, 10-hour shift. Yeah. 3 75-ton trucks and 992C. You can move some dirt if you know what you're doing. 200 trucks a shift. Okay? So, in order to process this much material, you're going to need somewhere like $50 million or more of capital expenditure if you're going to run a tank leach. Okay? Our ore grades were running 0.04 ounces per ton. That was our average ore grade, and that was at $400 an ounce. So, you know, our break even, you could see, where was it, $6 a ton? Was it about a little more than 0.01 ounces per ton? That was break even. That's where it became more profitable to throw it on the heap than throw it away.
Right.
Okay. Now, in order to make any money at this, you need more in the neighborhood of 0.08 to 0.10 minimum.
Yeah, 0.1 ideally,
We,
or better.
we rarely ran into this stuff.
Yeah.
And when we did, we were making money hand over fist.
Well, sure, because your costs were
And,
so minimal.
and we were getting more like 80% recovery on the heap. We were doing real good. So these are the kind of calculations you look at. This one over there in Africa looks like it's going to be more in the 0.04 to 0.06 range. Yeah, heap leaching grades, in my opinion.
Yep.
You can make money at this heap leaching. You're going to lose money tank leaching.
No.
Now, here's another possibility. First thing you want is cash flow. It means fast, cheap, heap leach, easy to do, especially in a third world country in general, especially when you're using a non-toxic leach. You're looking at possibly going with the clean gold. So, if you can find just a little area of rock here, say 100,000 tons, of 0.03 to 0.05, okay, you can make back a fair amount of money. Let me get my calculator. So that'd be what, 30,000 ounces or something? 0.03 times 100. 3,000 ounces.
Yep.
At, let's call it 1,500 an ounce. That's $4.5 million. Okay. Call it $5 million. Next week, could you come in with better? Do you have something that may be better? That are
Probably here, use the
dark blue is a good one.
purple,
Purple, whatever.
blue or purple.
Yeah, that's probably easier to see. Okay, so that means with this right here, you can make $5 million in gold. So if you can do this for a couple $1 million, you've turned a $3 million profit. To build a pad like that and a basic carbon column extraction plant and stripping circuit, you should be able to get that in there for $500,000 to $1 million.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Once you've done that, then and it'd have to be resin though. It couldn't be carbon if it was clean mining. It's thiol.
Yeah.
Okay. But anyhow, so once you make your $3 million, now you can invest in bigger equipment, bigger pad.
And work on finding a bigger.
Right. Or let's suppose you have small quantities of high grade ore. You might make a small tank leach off to the side, especially if it's portable, so you can sell it or move it later, or you buy it used or something like that. So when you do run into the high grade ores that would be profitable, you could run it through the tank leach.
Right.
And even if it turns out you had a lot of tank leachable stuff, by doing the open pit and heap leaching first, then you can build your tank leach out of cash flow.
Right, accordingly.
And you're still going to have low grade that doesn't make sense to run through this, which you can then put on your heap.
Yep.
The heap is not necessarily a one-use item, okay? The standard thought of a heap is you've got your pregnant pond here, where your solution runs to, and then you have your heap over here. With your gold on it, this would be your plastic. It's entirely possible to, after you've leached that and rinsed it, to dig that off, leaving like 5 feet on the bottom there to protect the plastic and restack it.
Yep.
Your capital costs are now zero.
Yeah, by the time you're on the second or third run.
But
Yeah, you're
exactly.
right. You're right. Your capital costs become a nothing.
Also, with the non-toxic leaching solution, getting rid of this stuff becomes much easier.
Yep.
Okay.
Right.
So
You don't create a tailings issue.
yeah, you don't have to create a toxic tailings issue. Exactly. So my recommendation to this guy is find a modest amount of material on surface that you can mine and heap leach right away, cash cheaply. Get that cash flow going.
Yep.
Now you've really mitigated your risk. If you come up with a great idea that costs $6 million to implement and you've only got $5 million in the bank, it's utterly worthless.
Right. No.
So you need to create the cash flow first. So the first thing they need to do is, in fact, find an ore body. Ore is defined as mineralized rock where you can extract the valuable mineral at a profit. You keep your eye on the comments.
Yeah, I have.
Okay.
I mean, some of it's been in talk.
Once I get going, I
No, that's
just
fine.
go crazy. But anyhow, so you need to find an ore body sufficient to pay the capital and operating costs of a heap leach to get you into profitability.
Mm-hmm.
You can also stack multiple layers on a heap leach in many cases. Depends on the ore, the permeability, and such as that.
Right.
Usually you can stack like 60 feet deep on a heap, but you usually only like to do it 20-foot lifts to minimize channeling.
Right.
So you get good
Creates a
thorough,
barrier in there. Yep.
you want to make sure it all gets through
Soaked.
there.
Yep.
And you don't have dry spots, basically. And the taller it is, the more chance there is of channeling and you're winding up with a dry spot in there. Okay? So, first thing he's got to do, prove the extracted metallurgy part. Now, there are qualified people to do that. They're looking at potentially using clean mining. Clean mining has the qualified people and the equipment to do the kind of test to say, can you heat leach this stuff?
Right. Can you get it out?
That's turnkey stuff. In other words, you just send them the samples, hand them some money.
Right.
Not a problem. So the extraction testing part is quite straightforward.
Yep.
The finding the gold part, the ore body, that gets a lot more complex and potentially problematic. Now they have an area that has had multiple
Drill pads.
it has multiple drill holes up in it. It's been mined artisanally for years. They've got one hole that goes like 70 meters deep, just dug through the rock. But it has veins and cross veins. Okay, it's not like it's one big structure. Okay, this kind of an ore body is difficult to drill unless you're, core drilling. Reverse circulation, which is actually the stuff on surface was done by auger drill. This is very, very heavily weathered. This is old stuff. Okay. And so you got a number of holes that are punched in here, and you have the data on the hole. So, and it's clear that there are certain areas, like say here, I'm just guessing on this one instead of working from there. Say this area here, these holes tended to show more than half the samples were in potential ore grade. That's where you're going to want to start, folks.
Right.
I mean, you got an area, and especially if you have, this is somewhat of a hill in some way, especially if you got it near the side of the hill where you can come in and open pit from the side, that'd be great. You don't have enough data to tell exactly what you have. So you need to basically do what they call infill drilling. Okay. By the way, can everyone hear me okay? Just check because I'm facing away.
We haven't lost all of you yet.
28.
We're doing good.
But anyhow, so you're going to have to do infill sampling.
Yep.
Now, drills are expensive.
Yep.
If they have one that's close by that they can rent at a reasonable cost, that's perfectly fine to do. They asked me if I could come out and help them on this project. The answer is no. I have some commitments. Eva has some health issues. I've got to get Montana B. I got to get this stuff done. I made a commitment.
One commitment at a time.
Exactly. As I told the guy, a man cannot serve two masters.
Right.
So anyhow, this is why I'm trying to do this to help him out, and in the process, everyone else gets to learn too.
Yeah, right.
Yep. Okay. So you have some holes, but they're not close enough to give you a proven reserve. If you have a drill at a reasonable price that you can get onto this property and do some holes reasonably cheap, that's a perfectly fine way of doing it.
Yep.
One thing you really want, and I told the guy this because it's the truth, for this, you really want a good field geologist.
Definitely.
You need someone that can look at the rock on the surface, can see the chips coming up out of the drill holes.
For the drilling. Yep.
And
interpret it. Interpret it.
be able to understand
exactly.
what's going on.
You have to interpret it.
Yeah. I am not a good field geologist or a good mineralogist.
Right.
Okay. I'm a good generalist. Okay. master, what is it? Jack
Jack of all
Jack
trades,
of all trades,
master of none. Yeah, well, that a lot of us probably fit that category.
So anyhow, so they're going to look for a good field geologist familiar with this type of ore body. There's many different types of ore bodies.
Yep.
You don't want to get a geologist that is familiar with a different type of ore body
Exactly,
because he's not going to be
No,
seeing
I've
what
made
the rock's
that
trying to tell
comment
him.
before. There's geologists, there's certain ones that, yes, they're a go, and there's some that are get off my property. You know, you don't want the wrong guy doing, especially your interpretive stuff. It's got to be somebody who understands the area, the historical, the rock, and be able to interpret the rock as it comes up.
And the ore forming process.
Right,
Now,
exactly.
Is this
How did it happen? or why?
fracture filling with geothermal solutions? Is it a replacement vein? Is this
Yep.
a stock work? Is this primarily a vein? There's
Exactly.
lots of different things. And so you need to have somebody who can interpret the particular geology you have well. And it's like there's lots of farmers, but if you're a corn farmer, you're not necessarily great at alfalfa. And if you're an alfalfa farmer, you're not necessarily great at corn.
Right.
So that's it. Get a good geologist to oversee the sampling process. If you can't afford, and many of us could not, both for permitting and just if you can't afford a drill program, or if it's just not feasible for some other reason, this is where my speed prospecting comes in handy.
Yep.
Surface sampling can give you a lot of information in many cases.
Yep.
In this case, the bedrock, weathered bedrock, is actually outcropping on surface. In other areas, it's 20 feet below the soil. But that's why there's a hill here. This quartzite veins, they don't weather too well. So it's wet. It has washed down basically to the weathered quartzite. So here you have the ability to actually do direct sampling of the ore body. So you can come out here, and a typical surface sampling thing would be Fred goes out here and he lays out a grid of lines. And these would actually more like just be like this, but it winds up gridding it off like this.
Yep.
And then he starts taking samples from these spots here and sending them off to a lab and getting results.
Yep.
And over here, that takes 1 week to a month. In Africa, I suspect it would be substantially longer time frame. On the other hand, if you guys have seen my videos on speed prospecting, if your ore body allows you to make good interpretations from hand-panned samples, and this is something you can determine fairly easily by taking some samples that assay good, pan them, see what you see. Is it something substantial and interpretable? Like Ryan's ore down in Arizona is fine for hand panning. Montana B, not so well.
Right.
Although I can still say this is probably decent grade ore, this is marginal, this is crap.
Right. So you can go through and do that.
Right. So
You
you
try to figure out if you've got a hot spot, at least a starting point.
and let's suppose that here's your ore body here. Okay. So as you're taking your samples and panning them, you go, wow, this one's good. This one's good. This one's good. That one's crap. This one's good. And like that, then pretty soon you've defined your ore body. Now, each one of these samples, once you've crushed it, and this is where something like an RC46 might be a good investment for them.
A small piece of
A
equipment.
small piece of equipment is only
Yep.
$10,000,
Yep.
well within their budget, or something equivalent that they can get in the area, so that they can take these samples and crush them. Once they're crushed, I can get you a result in less than 10 minutes per sample.
Yeah.
With a native doing the job, you're probably looking at pennies per sample. Let's see, that's call it 5 samples per hour, 40 samples per day. Yeah, probably 50 cents a sample. you know, and he'd be very happy getting that much money in
Sure.
all likelihood. So you can do this whole grid in a couple days, you know, and when
Yeah,
you get these samples, you take the splits of those samples and you send those to the assay lab.
Yeah, only the stuff you feel is good enough to go.
Right. And once you start getting an idea where the ore body is, you can only do a couple step out samples. And, you know, waste. Okay, forget this line. We're done for now.
Right. You could go back later and work on that perimeter.
Yeah, you can
You
work
know,
out here and
or
see.
when you can afford to bring in a drill, you could start doing some future drilling.
Exactly.
Like exactly, you want to get to a cash flow. You know, try to get into the production with as little testing as possible, but you have to do this due diligence.
Okay. Wolfman has a very good question. How far apart are your test holes? Depends entirely on the ore body. However, for the kind of ore body like this, you're probably looking at a sample distance of 10 to 20 meters between holes to get really good numbers. If you wind up drilling and blasting, every blast hole gets sampled. When I was at ChemGold, every single blast hole we did was sent off to the lab because we would have crap like this.
You have a pattern through your pattern.
I got this pattern here like this of holes.
Yeah.
We started out on a 9x9 pattern with 3.5-inch holes with an air track drill. And we wound up with a 13-foot pattern, I believe, with 6-inch holes.
Because the rock would break up good enough that you could back out of it a little
Well,
bit.
yeah, we started out with an air track drill, which could only do about a 3.5-inch hole.
Right.
Then we got a big rotary drill, which could easily do a 6.5-inch hole.
Sure, then you can space out better.
And then you get these samples back, and it'd be like, I'll go plus for ore and minus for waste. Okay, so these are all waste here, waste, waste here. Yeah, so probably there's your ore waste boundary there. And we would actually go on top of the heap with bags of lime, okay? And you just draw a line
With a white line
with the line.
at the point it's
With
going
plenty of
over the.
And then as
going to
you're-
the dump.
As your loader is digging, it'll come down the face. He can see where that line of lime is easily, even if he can't visually see the
on
top. And so he could dig to this and send that to the waste dump and dig this and send it to the ore dump. And we would segregate that with precision. There was one time that I really got mad at Joe Sawyer. If you're still out there, Joe, you turned into a good engineer. When you first came out to ChemGold, you're too used to the big copper mines. We had a shot, and it was very similar to this, except that all of this was waste over here. And these holes right here were high grade.
Yeah.
I'm going to do a double plus there. These were low grade, but still ore. And all this was waste. Okay. Now, this is, I believe, with the air track drill. And so this was only like 10 feet wide. Now, he was used to being at Morenci, where they had like an 18 by 18 foot pattern, 50-foot holes. Okay. Now, when we blasted it, we got very little mixing. It fragmented. We didn't have much, so it didn't get thrown a lot. If you looked at the face, here's the top of your muck pile. And this is burgundy color. And this is gray. Okay. Here's this set of holes.
Yep.
Here's this set of holes. Here's these. And it's like, well, this is waste, this is high grade, and this is just a combination. Now, the rock was so mildly disrupted that you could dig the waste out of this side and it would literally slide off of the fault line.
Oh,
Zero
see.
dilution. And so I told my guys, send this up to the ore, heat. Just lay a line of dumps on the side. It's not worth firing up the lime spray or something. It was like 10 truckloads. Just make a line of them on the edge. We'll push them off later. And he says, why are you just hauling it up to the ore dump? Because it's freaking high grade ore.
Right.
That's was 900% profit.
Right.
We're making $1,000 a truckload here every 3 minutes. I don't want to throw that away. And we got a big argument, and he was the engineer. It was his call. And so he had me throw all that stuff away. We threw away more money in 1 hour than I made all year.
Yeah.
Okay. But in some cases, you can literally see it that clearly. The waste material out there was a basaltic lava, okay, which was typically this burgundy red, sometimes black, and the ore was a Precambrian gneiss. Entirely different rock types, different colors, etc. The gneiss had variable mineralization. Some of it was waste too. But in a case like this, it's just blatantly obvious what's going on.
Did you get him fired?
No. It was his call. By the way, he had letters after his name. By the way, he turned out to be an excellent engineer. He did. Because he was one of these guys that once he got out of college, he used his head. And he acquired wisdom quite rapidly. So I don't want to give any impression.
Right.
Now, we had another engineer that came in after him. I forget his name. He was an idiot start to finish. Okay? Some stupid you cannot fix. I forget the guy's name. I'd be happy to say it if I remembered it. But anyhow, yours very consistent, 50-foot grid. You want to drill deep to determine the extent of depth. Okay. Chris has a good point. Okay. When you are drilling, and you're not limited to surface sampling, let's suppose here's your ground. Okay. And you drill a hole here, and you're taking samples typically with heap leach gold mining. This will be what's known as reverse circulation drilling.
So you just got chips coming up,
You just got chips coming up.
and they just screen them and grab them.
You don't screen it, you just take them all, run them through a splitter. Okay. Typically, you'll have some kind of a cyclone or something up here to try.
Blowing them off into your buckets or whatever you're doing.
Now,
Well, they can put a splitter right on the drill even, can't they? Right on your
Yeah,
cyclone?
they
They
can.
split the sample right
yeah,
there.
they can do it like that. Now, if you drill this hole and you're not doing real-time sampling, real-time assay, you don't know what you've got until the assays come back. That's the way it was at Kimball, right? If you're doing hand panning, then you have an opportunity to get real-time assay, okay? If you have an on-site assay lab, you can at least find this out real quick.
Right.
Now, if this is ore, that looks really good, but there's a problem here, folks. How far does the ore go down?
Right.
This is what's known as bottoming in ore. You do not want to do that with your drill hole. Moving your drill is time consuming, expensive, etc. You do not want to bottom in ore. You want to keep drilling until you get to waste. You always want to bottom in waste. Okay?
For test drill.
Test drill. Absolutely. And these holes can be anything from 50 feet deep to thousands of feet deep. Obviously use different drill rigs to do different things.
Right.
Reverse circulation drilling is just standard air flushing drilling, you'll have your drill bit. This is not to scale. You've got a tricone bit here. Typically, this is rotary. As it's turning and grinding your hole out, here's your hole. Air is being blown down this pipe and flushes your chips back up where they're collected.
Right.
Reverse circulation uses a double wall pipe,
Correct.
a seal.
Yep.
You have your drill pipe here, and quite often they use a downhole hammer. Also, if it's harder rock, it's usually a downhole hammer. But anyhow, you have your drill bit here. Here's your hole. But there will be a seal here, and this pipe is double wall. So you have air being flushed down the center hole, washing the chips back up the outer annulus. Okay? And by doing that, there's no contamination from the walls.
Correct.
You're going to get some cross-contamination both from the walls and from any chips you haven't cleared out when you stop to change drill steel and such as that.
Correct.
So it provides a cleaner, better sample.
Reverse circulation is a nice way to go, and it's fairly fast.
It's fairly fast. It's fairly cheap. It's vastly quicker and cheaper than core drilling.
Oh yeah, way cheaper.
And when you're drilling for this kind of an ore body, a disseminated ore body, it works just as good as a core drill. Josh, yes, this would generally be used in an open pit mine. This is where you have kind of a large ore body instead of a vein. When you have a vein, let's suppose you have a vein right here. Okay? Well, let's suppose this vein's 2 feet wide, and you're drilling holes this way, and you're going through the vein. Okay? Now, this is 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 feet. If that's your sample interval there, then you got one here as a sample interval. Now, what you're getting here is cross-contamination. You're not getting an accurate sample of the vein. You're getting a combination of vein plus wall rock. This sample would be pretty good. It's all in vein. This one would be diluted 50%. These two would be good. You can't really do anything else if you're reverse circulation drilling. If, on the other hand, Josh, you were using a core drill and you're basically cutting a cylinder of rock out of the bedrock, this vein is readily apparent.
Exactly.
You can tell exactly how thick it is. You can see the microstructure in the vein. They're usually not one event, etc. You can tell, is this most of the gold in this little piece of the 2-foot vein? Is it evenly distributed?
And they can see where the pitch of the vein is exactly by calculation from surface to their vein.
Yep.
I mean, they could tell if it's 22 or 23 degrees or 30 degrees or 70 degrees.
Exactly how thick
Right.
it is, not just
Yep.
guesses.
It's split the sample. They got a perfect assaying. They know exactly where the hot spots in the vein are.
What they will typically do to analyze this is they will literally cut the core in half with a saw, and then they can crush the one half
And keep the other one.
and send that to the laboratory. And they keep the other half for the geological inspection.
Yep.
And they will also generally keep all these cores in core racks. If you've ever been in an old mine and there's like a tray with just a bunch of grooves in it, that's a core rack.
I've seen sheds full of cores.
Oh, exactly.
Cabins full of cores, even.
Hey, Pat, Rick, how's it going?
Thanks for being here, David.
You can send down shafts. Absolutely. It's about 1,000 times more expensive and 1,000 times slower than a reverse circulation drill.
Drilling is really an ultimate way to go. It's just there is a cost.
And That's it. You can do a lot of holes in the time and money it takes to give you one shaft. Thank you, David. What is your average depth for drilling? Again, that depends on the ore body. Where we were at, we would drill 100-foot test holes. When we needed deeper than that, we'd bring in a rotary from off-site, and they would drill up to 300-foot test holes. Other mines I've seen, they've drilled, 1,000 feet. In South Africa, it's miles. Okay.
Well,
It all depends.
yeah, it depends on the ore body.
And Wolfman, it is not a dump. This is actually ore in place. And as Chris says, if you're reverse circulation drilling, once you pass through the ore body, any subsequent samples are assumed to be somewhat contaminated by it. Yep. Your eyes are on strike. I can't believe it, Rick. With our amazing, incredibly exciting class here.
I think that's what he meant, Ethan. I think you're right. Where was the dump at?
In this case, it might have been hauled to the stuff where we were spreading to build pad with, and maybe underneath the leach pad, because we had to level a lot of territory. So anyhow, yeah, I mean, once it's hauled, it's gone,
Right.
And there's just no recovering. That's why I wanted to put it up on the dump and just, we'll push it off and put the lime on it later. I said, my guys were just going to dump it on top along the edge there. No problem. Technically, piece of cake. My people were well trained. They could easily accomplish it. And there's no reason we couldn't do it.
You wouldn't have lost it.
Yeah. That was about $40,000 in gold.
I've actually seen the same thing in Placer where they overstripped.
Mm-hmm.
The guy running the hoe and the guy driving the dump truck weren't paying attention.
Just got it.
They overstripped into the pay streak, and the stuff they hauled to they were dumping and filling an area was like $27 to $30 a yard material they were dumping for the dump. They overstripped it bad enough they literally got into the pay streak, and they hauled like that with 30-ton haul trucks for a few days before they realized what they did.
This was running $1,400 per truckload. That's it. It was just a complete and utter waste. There was no need for it. But he came from Morenci, where something that small would be considered a statistical error. It's a rounding error. We could have put all that stuff in maybe one truck at Morenci, and maybe 3 scoops from the shovel. So he just wasn't used to the precision with which we were able to accomplish it.
Right.
It's like you have a good finished carpenter, and then take a precision machinist. They're going to have a different viewpoint.
Oh yeah, completely different. Acknowledgement on what type tolerance is.
Yeah. Let's see. It's usual to have the salt next to metamorphic gneiss. Is it unusual? Not terribly, but it's not. They're not associated with each other at all. The Precambrian gneiss was put in like hundreds and hundreds of millions of years ago. Precambrian means before life, so that would be like over 500 million years ago. And the volcanics were like in the last 10 million years. Just totally
different time frames in the geology.
Didn't have anything to do with each other. It just happened to be there. Yeah. Could it be ignored and not drilled to begin with? You can't tell how deep it is without drilling through it. You could say on the surface, here's basalt, and 10 feet away, there's gneiss. But what happens under the surface? The only way you find out is by drilling. you have that's your eyes underground like that. Patrick likes the core idea. Rick, cores are great. They're just really expensive and really slow.
Yeah.
Yep. Exactly, Ethan. So that's why I'm saying it means like older than 500 million years ago or something. Anything you've got about Goldex, Goldstream, that would be fine with me. I know that they've got 3 products right now that I'm aware of. I'm using the Goldex S, which stands for super. It's the fastest dissolution chemical. And I don't know how good the recovery is, but I suspect it's pretty fast. And I think I've got more to worry about the chemistry that's interfering with it than the actual kinetics of dissolving the gold in the first place. The whole 6 hours you got 60% and then it goes down. I have a feeling that about where my finger is where it was at 2 or 3 hours. That's my guess. I think most of that drop is through some kind of chemical interference after the dissolution. Now, if that's the case, aside from adjusting the chemistry, one thing we could do is simply leach for a lot less time. Now, if I got 80% recovery at 2 hours and 60% at 6 hours, I'd be kind of an idiot to leach it for 6 hours if there's not another way that I can address that and get it up over 90%. Typically on an agitated tank leach, you should get over 90%. Lincoln, essentially, when you're open pitting, you're dealing with large volumes of rock. And large volumes of rock, all you really need to know is where the gold is and how much. With a vein, you're dealing with very small volumes of rock, and the gold varies intensely over very short distances. In Montana B, my actual ore body may be this thick and running multi-ounce to the ton, whereas everything above that is crap and everything below that is crap. You know, that requires a much greater precision than you could get from reverse circulation. What it would find would be a zone of higher grade material. When I was drilling, I was taking samples on a 10-foot interval. Mm-hmm. So I wind up with, say, 10 feet of a quarter ounce to the ton instead of 1 foot at 4 ounces to the ton, you know, which is what was actually there. You know, in order to make good predictions of what's going to happen, you have to have a good understanding of what exists to start with. So the small high-grade bodies, you're generally going to want to core drill. Large, lower-grade bodies, you generally want to do reverse circulation or air flushing type drilling. Multiple short leases which refresh chemistry may be much more effective in the same time. That may be possible. But Chris, you can't use absolutely fresh solution 6 times without wanting it with 6 times the solution. So again, this is like, you can't just throw it away. You have to reuse the solution. And that's where the question becomes, what is causing the problem? You may, in fact, have to strip it or readjust the solution or something. But I don't think you can use absolutely fresh solution 3 or 4 times. You're just going to run out of place to throw all your old solution. But you could have potentially a stripped solution where you leach it for a couple hours, remove the solution from it, run it through your stripping circuit, and put it back in. This is also where the whole concept of a resin pull starts making a lot more sense.
Right?
Because if the resin pulls it out, as soon as it gets in solution, it jumps into the resin, and it can't get reprecipitated anywhere else.
Correct.
And that makes it much better. That's why I'm saying there's lots of possible solutions to this issue. And we just have to see what works the best. Best being most economical, simplest, safest, things like that. There's a lot of things you're trying to optimize at once. You can't do that ever, but you can get good safety with good recovery, with good economics. It may not be optimal there, but overall you're in pretty good shape.
Try to find a balance in this.
Yeah. And as I say, if it's stripped and adjusted, that may be the way to go. These are the things. This is why I've got the bottle roll tester. Has that gotten on the video yet? I don't think I posted a video on that, have I?
I don't think so.
Okay,
You had one put together though, didn't you?
I don't think.
Yeah,
I think I
you
did.
did.
I
Yeah, you
never
did.
posted it, did I?
No, I think you did post a real short one when you first tried it, Nate.
I don't think so. I think you're right. I think
a really short one,
Yeah, real short, just a couple minutes after you kind of put
just
it
to show
together.
somebody your little jerry rig with the drill.
if everyone can just kind of wait a second, I'm going to go to Hard Rock University here. Difficult now, detailed look, quick look at a
Be
sapphire
right with
mine.
the next group.
Okay, there we
We
go.
did do that.
214, how to leach 10 test samples at once.
It
Exactly.
was
So,
real, just short.
so if you look at 214, you'll see my bottle. That's why I have the ability to leach so many samples at once, because you have to play a number of games in real life, to dial it in.
We'll see you, Lincoln. Thanks for being here tonight.
Good night.
Argonaut says hi, little one.
Hi, Argonaut.
Yeah. And as I say, that's the whole idea, is that, and each one of those bottle roll tests can take multiple samples. I could take a half a dozen samples in 6 hours out of one bottle. It's perfectly plausible, so that I can plot exactly what's happening by the hour.
Yep.
And
Where you're getting your recovery.
and then you change something and do it again and see what happens. In order to do these tests, what I have done was I took, it's about 75 pounds of the half-inch minus screen dump material, blended it, split it, took a sample of it, and then pulverized it, so that I have 70 pounds of the same stuff. And I don't need to do a head assay on this material. I can say, okay, this is the head assay, and do the rest of the calculation. It saves a lot of money and time on assaying by making a big sample and then using small portions of it. And that's what I've done. Answer, Patrick, as far as I know, no. It's fairly simple. What I'm doing right now is I'm just collecting all of the solution as pregnant solution, because it's got gold in it, so that I can use that for the extraction testing of how to get the gold out of the solution.
The next step.
Into solution is actually technically one of the simplest things. Getting it out of the solution gets sometimes a lot more complicated. You want to cover for just a minute here? I got to take a momentary break.
But yeah, it's one. He's doing the testing as one step at a time. So that's you start there. Once he gets his pregnant solution, then you can start to try to figure out if how you're going to take that out of there, whether you're going to have to use a resin to take it out, or if you can electro-winnie it out. There's different avenues that he's going to be talking about here in the near future as to what he's doing here with this ore and trying to precipitate that gold, get it out.
We're all waiting for the day that he publishes the video how to pour your 5-ounce doorway
Yeah,
water.
yeah, that'd be good. That'd be a fun video to do too. Yeah, Goldstream, you're right. I think it was about an hour though, wasn't it? It wasn't a half an hour.
Of what?
The rant on the motor mounting. Didn't we get about an hour out of that last week?
I wouldn't be surprised.
It was a long time.
I would think it probably
was
was
like-
more than a half.
I'm pretty sure it was more than a half.
Oh, by the way, for all you folks, that's a good point. Update on the motor mount straps. Called my guy in Tucson. Tell him what I needed. Calls me up the next day. How many you want? Because they're sitting on the shelf down there at your regular Home Depot and stuff. No problem. They're actually in the mail to me now. See what I mean?
They absolutely right.
They'll probably be there tomorrow. You sent them last week.
You know the mail.
Goldstream, we do have a good sense of humor, so that it just goes over the back and flies.
I
off.
haven't tried that yet, Melinda. I've got so much stuff that I need to do first. But yeah, I like the idea.
He did get Jeff. Those emails did come in a few minutes ago here, so
Yeah.
thanks for that.
Keith, don't read this.
He's-
So anyhow, and I say it's one of those things that think of it as like trying to sight in a rifle. Right now, I'm just bore sighting it. I haven't even started with the scope yet.
yeah. Yeah.
And then you got to figure out windages and things like that. Drops at different ranges, and so basically I found the gun works, and I can actually get it on the paper at 25 yards. Now I got to refine it a bit, and that just it's a complex process in terms of all this the tests you have to do. And it can be difficult or it can be fairly straightforward depending on the ore and the chemistry involved. I suspect looking at these samples that, I forget which one it is. Yeah. This is 30 hours with the chemistry never exceeding pH 11, and that looks radically different than the stuff in the first test where it had dropped down. That looks like the first sample. So it may just be a matter of pH. I don't know.
Could be that simple.
It could easily be that simple. And so Chris has been helping me out with ideas.
The other
and stuff.
thing I thought about is I read that paperwork, and there was a temperature range that they said not to exceed. And we had a couple pretty warm days here, and I'm not so sure that you weren't right on the edge of that.
Could be, especially as some of that's in the sun out there.
Yeah, and that might have had an effect. Now, I can't remember what the paperwork even said, but it did have an effective range where it didn't want to be too hot. Ambient temperature was more like a room temperature for it.
Yeah, we might have to take it completely in the shop.
Yeah. Yeah, come on, it's getting late.
And the moral of this story is, when you're playing with new stuff, actually read the instructions and read the
But what
repeated.
fun is that?
I can't really change the sunlight.
No, but you could change where it's
No, but you
located
can
maybe
change
or
where you
something.
gotta set up.
Okay, see if you can figure out what that is. And I thought it was higher temperature when you were.
Right here.
Okay.
Should be
Greater than 15 degrees centigrade,
Yeah.
35 to 45 centigrade for optimum stripping performance. Now, if I'm not mistaken,
And that is just something I thought about when you said you were having an issue. I thought, wonder
Well,
if
let's see.
temperature.
Never hurts to ask the questions.
Is that
No.
centigrade? Is that Celsius?
Yes.
Then that's all the body temperature.
35 to 45. So
45. 113 degrees Fahrenheit.
It may have
And
gotten
that's
that
an
hot. but
optimum range.
35 to 45.
Yeah.
Yep.
So there's
So you're
45.
90 to 100 degrees. Yeah, you were probably within.
I was probably in the
Well,
You're
optimum
probably
range.
actually, yeah, in the
I
optimum
have a
range.
stupid question about that.
Okay, I've got a stupid answer. What?
It is a dark solution.
Right.
If that porch in the sunlight with the
Oh yeah,
thermometer
temperature
on
of
it says
the.
110,
Yeah,
that bottle may be 120.
it might be.
It doesn't
100
matter. The optimum range is
Up to 113.
up to 130. That's optimum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, does it say whether it is
No, it
bad
didn't.
when it gets higher or better?
Photoactivity is another thing. Yeah. Right. Chris doesn't think heat is a problem overall.
Yeah, I don't know about photoactivity. There was nothing that I read in there, Chris, that said anything about that. But I guess that, there's always that possibility too.
Rick, instructions are extremely useful, but not anymore, because back in the old days, you could start the fire with them. With electronics, it doesn't work. By the way, have you heard the smoke theory of electronics?
No.
Okay, smoke is it would make electronics work, because when smoke starts coming out, when it escapes, they stop working.
Well, you do know that light bulbs are dark collectors, right?
Yeah, I say there's a lot of possibilities. Chris has got a half a
Well,
dozen
yeah,
possibilities figured out. So
Chris thinks them up faster than I can. That's for
yeah, and it's
Yeah.
so it's my thought that we just start knocking them down. One thing that can be done, for example, quite easily, although not horribly cheaply, I think it's about $85 a sample, is we could take the two samples, the one that looks like this and the one that looks a lot different than this, and analyze them both for other dissolved metals, and that would tell us
if there's a
what the
difference in
actual
focus.
difference is that's causing this. I think it's dissolved iron a lot, and I think there may be some copper or nickel in there.
Lucas.
Yeah.
Lucas Electronics. They're not your favorite, Chris? Come on.
No, I think it's from the book Lucas, Prince of Darkness would be my guess. But anyhow, and so I say we got a lot of things to check out. That's why I didn't want to discuss too much tonight, because I really don't know very much at all right now. And next week will be spent, if we don't, whatever time we don't spend out in the field gathering samples, will be spent trying to refine a lot of this. And I also have the manufacturer to talk to, that sort of thing. First, I've got other samples that are in the lab that waiting for the numbers to come back theoretically tomorrow, and we'll see what happens. I've got lots of other tests to start and get ready for.
Yeah, that's what
Lots
I
of
thought,
samples.
Chris. Yeah, I agree with you. I'm right there. Yeah, as in UK British electronics.
Okay.
In the cars and the motorcycles and some of that, they had Lucas. As a matter of fact, Chris, my Massey
Kind
Ferguson
of like Bendix, huh?
yeah, my Massey Ferguson payloader has Lucas Electronics in it. Freaking nightmare if you have to fix anything.
I don't know, Goldstream.
I don't know either. I think they wired the DeLorean too, didn't they?
Yeah, that's a good thing.
No, they were referred
Put
to
on
as
your
the
CV.
the devil, Lucas Electronics.
Yeah.
I had mechanics that if they seen that, they wouldn't even work on it. I'm not working on that.
Anyhow, so I should have a lot more information next week on what's actually going on. And the graphs are going to look like the one I showed you. That's going to have percentages. It's not going to have actual ore grades because that's confidential. But it's easy for me to do. So, let's say that's what I'm planning for next week. And I noticed an email just came in from my the guy I'm dealing with on the African project there. So, got a lot of stuff going on, and we'll kind of go from there. We may get out to that sapphire mine. Did you find out?
I know he hasn't
Called.
heard from him.
So right now we're not on for tomorrow, right?
No, I would just say it's not on.
Okay, I'll go out to the ranch and do those crushing tests then.
And I don't know. I'm going to
Screening
be
and
in the
crushing.
field doing something. If I'm not out there working on his trucks, I'm going to probably be back up here working on my other mine or something.
So
How's your permitting going?
I haven't heard a frickin' word. Email them.
How many years has it been now?
Well, it's 15 months, I think, right now. But
there should
Look
be a
at
certain
who we-
time period. If they don't get your permits in this
well,
period, it's free.
I was going to
Go
tell
ahead.
them we're just going to go ahead.
That was just notice of intent, wasn't it?
No, we actually had a plan of operations to open some more portals and then dig some trench cuts across the side of the hill
Should have called it a
And-
notice of intent.
and fix the road and put a bridge in. So I've got a lot of things lined up to do up there, but
Yeah.
the political change is what happened, and now they're all sitting there dragging their feet.
I forget who it was earlier. I think it might have been Jeff Koblek, but said something about the 1892 mining, or the 1872 mining law will protect us, and I'm like, well, that kind of assumes the government's following the law.
Right, and
I
that's the
see
problem.
precious
That's
little
the problem
evidence.
is
of
they're-
that
Yeah,
recently.
that's the problem. They're not. They don't even want to acknowledge the mining law.
and they don't seem to think they have any duty whatsoever to actually accomplish anything.
Well,
And so if they never give you a
they've-
permit, that's your problem.
they've completely forgotten that they're in service to the people.
Yes, Patrick, my numbers are in fact from lab results. It's not a guess. I have a head grade and solution grades. So those are actual analysis results. And it shows me that we've got some issues to deal with, but that apparently the Eco Gold X does in fact recover gold substantially and fairly quickly. More than that, I can't tell you at this point. I'd love to have a couple more samples like at 2 and 4 hours there to plot,
Right, the earlier.
but I have no idea. I mean, for all I know, it had 90% recovery at 2 hours and it's been going down ever since then. I don't know.
Well, I did not say anything
Yeah,
when you were
Jeff,
doing your test there, but I wondered why you weren't checking every hour. I assumed it was because.
It's $25 an hour.
Yeah.
Every sample, $25. Okay. So to start with, since I don't know when it's going to be, you notice that 6, 12, 24, I was doubling the time period each
Right.
time.
Yep.
The manufacturer said it takes 6 to 12 hours.
Yep.
So it's like, okay, between 6
And
and
up
12.
to 24.
Yep.
So,
Up to 24.
but like you say, that graph, you almost need a 2 hour and a 4 hour just to kind of fill in what's happening.
Oh, yeah, you do.
You know,
You
so
definitely do. So that's, let's say, these are the sort
and
of things.
what are they using to test that solution then?
I think it's an ICP.
Okay.
Let's say there's, to get rid of this turbidity, they just centrifuge.
Yep. And then they do their analysis.
And then he takes some, he digests it with nitric acid, and then sends it into the ICP, I believe.
Couldn't agree more, Jeff. We're with you because the last few years especially has been nothing but a fight here.
I think if we stop sending supplies into Washington, they'll stop bugging us
Well-
after about a week.
My thought, Jeff, was just get all the miners around this area, which includes you. You're right here too in the Elkhorns. And
Mining district.
really have a meeting here right in town with the governor and the state's attorney and just say, hey, this is what needs to happen. And the federal government can stay home.
Can we just get a mining district started again here?
Well, there's multiple districts here. The Elkhorns is a different district
Are they
than
active?
like where I'm at.
Yeah.
No, but there's been a lot of guys trying to get them back active.
But Chris, he was on a low carbohydrate diet. Yeah, I mean, as I say, Chris has lots of ideas on what could be going on and what to do to fix it. So I'm not worried at this point at all. That first test was basically designed to figure, does Goldex actually dissolve gold?
And the answer looks like it's a yes.
Looks like it's a resounding yes.
So that
Now the question is, how do we adjust things to optimize the leaching and recovery? As a general rule, Argonaut, this should give better recovery than flotation with this size gold. I'm assuming that you should be able to get something in the neighborhood of 95% recovery or greater with this. And everything else is tailings. With flotation, you'd only wind up with a concentrate that would have other stuff too, and you'd still have to probably leach the concentrate, either leach it or smelt it. So this should be superior.
Dean, Chris is our go-to guy, man. He has the answers.
I don't know if he's a mad scientist. He gets a little annoyed at times.
He's never been.
He shows a lot of patience with me.
He's never been bored. I'm pretty sure.
Did you take samples as you went? I took them at 6, 12, and 24 hours because that kind of bracketed the range that the manufacturer said. Seems like we need to get a little more detail on the early things. This is why you do rough tests and you don't sweat it too much. I put in an excess of lime and an excess of Lixivant theoretically, and we'll see. I could have also run out of Lixivant at 60% recovery, and then other reactions started sending the gold back into solid form or something. I don't know. But as I say, we got the fact that it got that good that fast first time, that gives me a pretty warm feeling. I'm not terribly worried that we'll be able to, get a good recovery. Once I see something where it gives me 90%, then I'm going to be really happy. But we shall see what we shall see. Right now, I'm still waiting on the chemicals that I can use so I can even test the amount of Lixivant in the solution. I can't even do that right now. Should be able to by the end of the week. But these are the sort of things that it just takes a little time. And
once you've went through the whole process here and have it all figured out, it's going to be not so hard.
Yeah.
It's this part, the beginning part.
So this is where you define all these parameters. Then once you've figured out what you want to happen and what can happen and what will happen on certain conditions, then you design equipment to create those conditions in an efficient manner. Right. Yeah, I was going to say something about the brackets too in terms of time frame. Yeah. For all I know, I'll have this figured out before the brackets would have shown up. We'll see.
Well, you're still waiting for other parts.
Yeah, I mean, it just, there's a lot of things that have to happen here, and it's going fine as far as I'm concerned. It's a little annoyed that, 4th of July showed up in the middle of all this.
The 4th of July is never an annoyance.
Yeah. See, look at Chris there. Silver nitrate and rhodamine BIRs.
In real circumstances.
I have no idea what
I think
IIRC stands for. But I know I'm supposed to dissolve it in
You might have
acetone,
meant IIRC, which would be, if I recall.
if I recall. Yeah, that could probably right. I don't know. But the silver nitrate is one. The other one is dissolved in acetone, or I believe alcohol.
And tinfoil hats are going to be involved in this process.
No, Chris, it comes prepackaged. That's one of the things, is that I'm supposed to take the amount in the little thing and dump it into this much solvent, and it's all pre-weighed. That's the whole idea.
If I recall.
You're correct, little one, if I
all right.
recall correctly.
Yeah.
But say that's why I ordered it from this guy, is that because he's got the little packets already weighed out. For all I know, he buys them already weighed out. The company, chemical company, makes it that way. So anyhow, that's what's going on here. Should be an interesting week. As a matter of fact, I saw another email come in from my African contact there, so I'll need to take a look at that.
And Bear will have more videos from the field because we're going camping this week.
Probably. If she wants to go camping, then I'll probably go camping, because I got lots to do out there. I do have a lot of field work to do also.
Well, it sounds like it's going to cool off a little bit too.
I think it was Thursday and Friday was
Yeah.
going to be in the
Yeah.
80s.
So that'll help.
That wouldn't be too bad.
No,
If it's
instead
too hot, not only is
You
it
can't-
miserable
right?
during the
of-
day,
yeah,
but
you can't sleep.
sleep.
Right. Yeah, I agree. You can't sleep.
That's possible, Chris. I have no idea. We'll see how it comes. If it's sent by an actual chemical company, it should be labeled pretty precisely. We shall see. Anyhow, so that's the plans for this week, folks. Any questions that need answering? Yeah. Silver is getting pretty expensive. Luckily, there's not much in the silver nitrate that I need. I think the packets, the two was like $15 plus shipping, and the shipping was significant from Kanukistan.
The shipping was twice the packages.
Oh, just a second, Jeff.
Pretty sure I seen his come in earlier.
So yeah, I got 3 from you, Jeff. Absolutely, they're here.
They are here. They are here.
Ouch!
they
Ouch!
are
Ouch!
here.
Ouch! Son of a gun! Cramp!
Sitting
Have you
too
drank
long.
your Keto 8 today.
Substantial amount. I'm not sure if I drank the whole one or not, but I think you need to increase my.
Thanks, Chris, for everything. Jeff, thank you for participating tonight, because that gave us some subject
Yeah,
matter
well,
out as well.
Oh, I talked with him earlier.
Okay. Mohammed was here.
Hey, Mohammed. Yeah, if you don't get the right angle and the right amount of water in, it will not work properly. Chris sends you big hugs, little one.
Big hugs back.
Thank you, Wolfman.
Yeah. Well,
Sorry, Mohammed, but it is on
we did.
tape, so you can see
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Go back and rewatch it, Mohammed, and hopefully you get something out of it.
Well, I intend to try it, Melinda, but right now it doesn't appear to be the critical thing I need to do, and I got a lot of stuff to do right now. Go ahead and keep asking. I really want to try it sometime.
I was thinking of it too.
Yeah.
At some point, it would be interesting to play
Yeah.
with.
It never hurts to
Well,
try.
that's simple solutions. I mean.
Well, thank you, Patrick.
Yeah, thanks, Patrick.
What's his name? Coulter from Mining Magnets is going to be here next week, I believe. Nope, it'll be later this week. What time
Is
is
he coming up here to Mont?
Yeah, he's going to be frolicking about. Let's see, when is he going to be here? Oh, 8th and 9th, Thursday and Friday. Crap. I'll see if you can change that a little bit if you want to get in the field, little one. It may not be as critical for him. You're welcome, Jeff.
Well, if you could,
Yeah, that's true Gold Stream. You know, sometimes it's just the amount of water. As long as you're not lacking water, that can be an issue.
Another thing, Mohammed, that annoys me is when you see somebody demonstrating like a particular table I remember a while back, and it's clear they were using a really high grade concentrate and all the gold was the same size and everything. It's like, yeah, that stuff is designed to work really well on that table.
Right.
That's not raw ore. That's not a situation you're actually
In a
going to
placer,
deal with.
you've got so many different sizes of particulate.
Actually, I do drink non-alcoholic gin and tonics a lot. That's probably my favorite soft drink. Is a tonic water with some lemon or lime juice in it. If I need to go to sleep, I put a little vodka in it because vodka is cheap. And I have no taste. I'm a barbarian, and to me, it's just if I want alcohol to get the psychogenic effects, as in to me sedation.
Vodka.
It's just whatever's
Straight.
cheap. When I used to live in
what's the
Yuma,
soda
alcohol.
tonic?
when we lived in Yuma, you could go buy Everclear in Mexico for $2 a quart.
Yeah.
So that's what I would buy. You know, it's
yeah,
like,
you can cut
just
it
put
down.
a little bit of
Yeah,
this
right,
stuff
you can
in
cut
there.
it down. You don't have to drink as much.
Yeah.
He is a very cheap date. One shot and he's crawling.
He's going to bed.
No, it has more than one shot to get me to crawl, but yeah.
Well, you should finish your keto aid so I can make you another one.
Thank
Yeah.
you, BC.
Yeah.
BC says, take care, Eva.
Thank you, BC, and good night.
Yeah. Thanks everybody for being here, and
Yep.
think your questions up for next time.
Sounds
We'll
good.
try to come up with some more subject matter for you.
Alrighty, well, we better let you go as I'm starting to get sleepy here, and I apparently got a couple emails to answer and a few other things. So we will let you go. Any other questions before I shut it down? Going once. Any questions? Going twice. You're welcome, Mr. Virtue.
Yeah. Thank you.
Good night, Goldstream.
Good night, everybody.
Yes, Mohammed. Every week, 6 o'clock in the evening, Monday, Mountain Standard Time in the United States.
Tell them
right
the time
now-
right now.
It is 10 o'clock my time, so it'd be 4 hours before this would be the start time Monday evenings.
Where is he?
I'm not sure. I think it was South America, but I'm not.
No, he was African. No, Muhammad was in Australia, wasn't he?
Could be.
I think he
I
was
don't
in
know.
Australia.
I don't think he's in the United States, but we got lots of things. Patrick says 99. It's good night, all. Yeah, thank you. Blah, blah, blah. Everyone's saying good night.
Yep.
Saying good night to you, Eva.
Good night.
Okay, Mohammed. 11 a.m. Tuesday here.
So he's in Australia or something.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
he said Australia.
Even Australia sounds about, Australia.
Yeah.
Well, Patrick is
Australia.
2 p.m. Australia.
Well, all y'all who live in the future, please send winning lottery numbers.
Anyhow. You take care, Mohammed, Pat, everybody. You have a good time, and we'll see you next week.
Yeah, all these darned Aussies, they don't send any winning lottery numbers.